with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, Life's dream dreams, we're all by your side, You're doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, Shelly, Shelly, you're our life's free star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Don't spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Never leave and get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From hoes to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Life stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Life stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a life stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hey, happy Thursday. It is 12:03 p.m. on the East Coast. I'm coming to you from, I can never decide how to say it, South Central Pennsylvania, though, so I'm pretty safe. It is February 20th, 2025. Zuma, if you are out there listening, which I'm sure you are, probably later, happy birthday. Happy birthday to one of my closest and oldest friends. She hates her birthday, but she's just going to have to suck it up. One second. My Discord is still open, and that's a no-no. It makes my mic go wonky. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama talking trash and truth, and this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That'd be me. I'm going to give you one guess, guys, as to what it's doing in Pennsylvania right now. Can you guess? It's a balmy 15 degrees with wind gusts that are just sweeping snow off the roof, but it's also snowing yet again. Of course it is. It's going to snow for another, it says 7 hours. I'm like, oh, that's nice. That's nice. But it's not a lot of snow. It's really not. It's basically just like flurries. It's very light. It's not good packing snow. This is the kind of snow that frustrates you when you try to make a snowball and it just falls apart like powder. Oh, today is the day for Kash Patel. 1:45, they're supposed to hold the vote. So we're going to see how that goes. I don't think today's show will be overly long because I do want to catch that. And I don't know, maybe somebody will go live and I'll redirect to them at that time. Who knows? Never know around here. Let's take a little look in chat and see who showed up. And we have Heidi drop links this morning, dropping them like it's hot. Her and Wolfie. I know Heidi's off on a couple errands, so she will be joining us if she's not here already. And we got Wolfram. I'm in the wrong spot, damn it. He wipes his paws, lopes in, and then there you go. Oh, look at my favorite avatar. We have Winning Reality saying, hey, everybody. Hey, all like 3 people that are here. Cool Gamer. Good day, good day, good day. Happy afternoon. Happy afternoon. Wolfram said, woohoo, balmy weather. Break out the Bermuda shorts. Listen, there are people that walk up and down this road going to town and then going back to their houses wearing shorts, a heavy hoodie, and flip flops. Can you tell me who wears flip flops in the snow? I saw a guy with friggin' Adidas shower shoes on the other day. I was like, really? Really? My toes would be frozen. I like to protect my feet. Thank you very much. At least when I'm outside, I'm always barefoot inside. Always barefoot. I hate wearing shoes. You gotta like, we're going now, like right now. Put your shoes on. We're going right now. Because I won't put them on until I'm like out the door. It's just growing up down the shore. I was always barefoot. Uh, Ellie, hi, honey. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Uh, she, Ellie said, I wear flip flops in the winter on my property. Girl, you live in like a hot state. Stop it. I want you to wear flip flops here. Go ahead. In a nice, what, half a foot of snow. They go around like it's nothing. I'm like, but it doesn't damage your feet. I don't even want to look at their feet to do like a pedicure or something. Oh, they must be terrible. I'm very frou-frou when it comes to feet. I'm not schwicked out by feet like most people. Like Rachel hates feet. Hates them, hates them, hates them. So when she would overstay her welcome in my house, I would just go, I'd wait till she laid on the couch and then I'd just kind of put my foot like on her leg and she'd jump up. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. I'd be like, oh, do you really? She'd go running home. I don't know. She was really freaked out. I don't know what trauma she had from feet, but she could not stand to be touched by anybody's feet, including her own. She hated her own feet. She would never do her own pedicures or whatever. She washed her feet with a brush on a stick so she wouldn't have to touch them. And then to get her nails cut, she always went for pedicures. And she was just, I just hate feet. She really, it's like a phobia almost for her. But if you touch her enough with your foot, she'll like gag and she'll dry heave. I used to love doing it to her. Listen, I'm a very good friend, but for all those hours and days and months that I sit there and listen to people bitch and moan and tell me about their problems without ever taking any advice on how to fix them, then payback's a bitch. I'm going to put my feet on you. I'm going to play pranks on you. I'm going to be a sarcastic bitch. It's just, the way I keep everything balanced. There should be balance in everything. I don't ask for much. Just if I'm giving you all my attention and you're just not even bothering to listen, then all right, I'm gonna prank you. Like I just turn into an asshole. Wolfkinder, hello, honey. I can't stay but want to say hi. Hi, I'm sending you hugs. Hope you're feeling good today. Hope it's a mobile day. I hope everybody's feeling good today. Ellie said, girl, it was 6 degrees last night. Stop. It was 6 degrees here, too. I was on the phone with Winning, and I was like, oh, my God, my teeth are chattering. And I was in the house, and I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. It was 62 degrees in my living room. I was like, see, I would love that in the summer. But no, they let it go up to like 85, 90 in the house in the summer. And I'm like, y'all, there's something wrong with you. So what happens when you live with old people who can't feel anything? They're always cold. Ellie said today's low here is 20. That's the low for 20 isn't bad. This is the high for the day, the 15th. So tonight it'll be dropping. It's all that damn Arctic air. They keep sending all the Great Lake weather this way. And it's just like, we didn't get hit nearly as hard as the surrounding areas, though. Like just north of us, they got slammed with snow. So I'm quite happy. Everything's iced over though, so but it's so pretty. Y'all, if you could just look out my bedroom window, it's just because across from me is nothing but trees and just like a little open clearing after like this big copse of trees. And I'll just sit by the window and I'll just watch. I'll do that for like an hour. Just sit there with my thoughts and try to like get everything organized. I think that's important. I think you need to find a way to clear your mind, or at least find a way to find some peace where you can think things through without being overly emotional, without being crazy about it. I'm still working on the crazy part and the over emotional part. Shut up, don't judge me. RB, hey RB, what's up? He says, hello, friends. Hello. Just a shout out to RB. He will be doing a stream, I believe, this Sunday. He was going to do it Saturday, if I recall. My memory's not that great this week. No brain fog. It's just stuff is just missing this week. I don't know what it. I think it's the whole hormone surge. It happens. But apparently, my mother had a conversation with me that I don't remember, and I was like, "I think you're remembering wrong." And Katie was like, "No, I was here." I was like, "Were you really?" She told me that. And she was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I don't remember none of that conversation. None of it." So there's little gaps in my memory this week. So just be forgiving. Please. Ellie said the weather is bipolar. Well, then me and Mother Nature in sync this week. See, I don't have permanent bipolar disorder, but occasionally it seems like I do. A few days ago, it was in the 60s. Same here. Last night, 6 degrees. My poor plants are probably dead. Yeah, probably. We had to take a lot of the plants in because we had gotten like it got real warm. But even like the real hardy plants are just like nope. They started to like lean over, so my mother rushed them to the basement. My living room looks like a menagerie in there. It looks like a jungle. There's plants everywhere. And of course, because my mother is my mother, you have spider plants, you have ferns, you have, like different flowery plants, and then you have interspersed between them so that you don't really know where they are. A lot of cacti. Because why not have succulents stuck like all over the fucking house so that we all just bump into them like ow. Okay, ow. I hate cactus plants. Hate them. Hate them. I love looking at them in pictures. I like looking at them like, when we go somewhere, but I don't want them in my house. I've had enough problem with pricks in my life. I don't need to have to grow them too. No pun intended. Wolfkinder, if you ever get the chance to have foot reflexology done, do it. It's relaxing. It can help some physical issues with the whole body too. I thought it was woo-woo until I tried it. I wanted to, but here's the thing. I'm extremely ticklish. Like crazily. So when I used to go for pedicures, and I do love getting pedicures and manicures. I don't go for like the expensive stuff, but every once in a while I want like, like the French tip look or whatever. But I like getting my feet worked on, except my poor pedicurist. And I always used to go to the same lady because she was used to me. And I used to amuse the shit out of her. Every time he touched my feet, I oh my God. And I jump and I can't stop laughing. And she used to try to like file the toenails or whatever. Or she'd use the pumice stone underneath my feet or on the side. And I'd just be squirming in my seat the whole time. And she'd just be giggling. And I'd be like, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Oh my God. It's like torture. Because I am so ridiculously ticklish. That's how my son gets rid of me. If I'm on his nerves, like if I'm in one of my friggin' like, jumpy moods where I'm like, Connor, I'm just like being just purposely annoying. He'll just reach over and one finger right in the side rib, and I fold like the friggin' Pillsbury Doughboy. And I make the noise too, that's why he started doing it, because he'll do it and I'll go, and he's like, do it again. I'm like, no, no. But everything is ticklish. My elbows are ticklish, my knees, my sides. If you poke me in, my stomach, I'm done. My neck, super ticklish. And if you touch my ears, I will smack you. I do not like my ears touched. At certain times, maybe because I'm distracted. But just to reach over and just all you gotta do is just touch my earlobe. I'm like, oh my God, what are you doing? Oh my God. I fold. I fold sideways. And he's just like, you just collapse. Mm-hmm. I had when I was dating this dude, Jerry, he was he was my beard at the time. I was 16, and he had discovered that I was really, really ticklish, and it just amused him to no end. But what he didn't realize that is if you tickle me like 2 hands on my sides and you are unrelenting, within about 5 seconds, I can't breathe. So all I'm doing is growling and hitting. And he learned real fast. He's going, oh my God, the beast. I was like, fuck you. Oh, look, I made it past the 15-minute mark before I said fuck, I think. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But yeah, and I probably shouldn't say that because I know Winning will use that as a weapon one day, but or just for his own amusement. Yeah, I'm very, very ticklish. But yeah, you touch my feet, I'm gonna scream and cry, just and not cry like, "Ugh," like I will have tears running down my face. It's ridiculous. My mother said that was always the way she used to cheer me up when I was little. Like if I was in trouble or if I got hurt or whatever, that was the best distraction. Just one little boop and a and that was it. Uh Anybody else having a really, really slow week? Not that the week is going slow because I blinked and it's Thursday. I'm like, wasn't it just Saturday? I feel like it was just Saturday. But I feel mentally and physically like I'm just going through molasses. It's like, oh my goodness, I'm dragging ass, man. What's going on? Tell me I'm not alone in this. Tell me other people are dragging ass today, or at least sometime this week, because I don't know, I'm stuffy. It seems like everybody is sick. My mother was sick earlier, so I knew I was going to get something. But she gets like sick, sick. I just get like, I get a stuffy nose. I got to sleep for like a couple hours and then I'm all right. But as long as, she keeps that shit to herself. But yeah, I want to get the foot reflexology done. I've read about it, I've seen videos about it, and I'm just like, because I tried going for the acupuncture at one point, and he couldn't do it. He was able to put the needles like in my head, but because of course my head's not ticklish, but the rest of me, no. And he was dumbfounded. He was like, "You're ticklish everywhere." I was like, "Yeah, everywhere." He was like, "This is gonna be difficult." I was like, "Sorry." I mean, shit, I paid you cash. I paid you enough goddamn money for you to like put the effort in, man. It's literally your job. That's a big beef I have lately. There's these door dashers and like Instacart delivery people who bitch and moan that they have to deliver it to your door. It's like, dude, is that not your entire fucking job? How bad is it that these people they literally take a job doing delivery and then bitch that they have to do delivery? Like, if you didn't want to do it, why'd you take that job? It's not like they showed up and said, hey, could you be a door dasher for me? No, you applied for the shit. You knew what it entailed, and now you're gonna bitch about it. Oh, I only got this for a tip. I had one that actually like got cash out of my mother's husband because he said, "Oh, were you tipped?" And oh no, I tipped that bitch $15. Are you kidding me? And then he gave her $15 cash. I was so mad. And DoorDash was like, "There's nothing we can do about it." I said, "You better do something about it. She's a fucking thief." I wrote the nastiest review for her. Oh no, like I tip very well. I give the initial tip when I order the stuff. And then if they are like good shoppers or if they like bring it to my door like they're supposed to, I will always go back and add money on. I'll always give them like an extra $5 or an extra $10 because they put the effort in. I like to reward good behavior. I will punish bad behavior severely, but I like to reward good behavior. If you're doing your job, you're going to get something a little extra, at the end of the day. But to do that, I was so aggravated. Like, people are so crooked. I don't know what it is. I literally stole one thing in my life. I was like 5 or 6 years old, and I stole one of the Swedish fish from the corner store while I was with my aunt. Mind you, I didn't think I was stealing. They were just there. There was no sign. I didn't know you had to pay for them. I mean, they were just there. She took one and handed it to me. How was I supposed to know that she was going to pay for that thing? So I just took another. That was it. I had 2 Swedish fish. One she paid for. They were a penny, by the way. And I took one. And when we got home, I was still chewing it. And my aunt goes, "What are you chewing?" "I gave that to you 10 minutes ago." I said, "I took another one." "You stole." She brought me back to the store and made me give a penny and apologize. And I was like so embarrassed. And I was hysterical crying because I was like, "Oh my God, I did something wrong." Because doing things wrong when I was a kid was that was not a good ending. So I avoided it at all costs. I was the good girl all the time, as much as I could. Unfortunately, my nature doesn't uh, my nature doesn't allow for me to be good all the time. But my transgressions they're tiny. I mean, I took a fucking penny Swedish fish piece of candy from a corner store. You're talking 1978, 79. So it's like, what the fuck? And I had to go back and be humiliated for it. But it stuck with me. I never took anything else. I used to go to Walmart with my friends, and I'm looking at this dude, Danny, that was married to my friend Vicky's sister, Jill. And we'll get into a story about them one day because, Lord, threesomes are not good. I wasn't, to be clear, I was not part of the threesome. They had one, and then it led to a whole bunch of bullshit. But it's a funny fucking story, though. I'm looking at him, and I was a little sus of him to begin with because I just met him, and he was a little too forward. I don't like people who talk to me like they know me for years when you literally just met me 3 seconds ago. Like, I don't trust like that, dude. I don't give a fuck you're from Hoboken. I don't care if I know your mother. I don't know you. And to be, absolutely clear, I do know your mother, and I'm not that big of a fan. So, I mean, I know she's a pill, so I'm already on the fence about you. And I'm watching him as I'm shopping, and I was like, "Oh my God, he keeps stealing shit. Stupid shit." Earrings. He stole like a thing of earrings off the thing for his daughter. And then he stole like one of the watch things for his wife. And he's like going through, and I'm like watching him, and every like 10 minutes he'd steal something. And Jill was nice. I said, "Do you have money on you?" She was like, "Yeah." I said, "Well, you better keep it handy." I was like, "Because if he gets caught, you're gonna have to pay his bail." And she was like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "He keeps fucking stealing shit." I was like, "He acts like there's no cameras in this goddamn place." I was like, "It's Walmart. There's cameras fucking everywhere." And she was like, "Oh," she's like, "He never gets caught." Yo, I was blown away. I was like, "He's done this before." She's like, "Oh, he does it all the time." She was like, "He can't help it." I was like, "Oh, so he's a kleptomaniac." She's like, "No, he just likes breaking the law." I was like, "Oh, good." I never had him in my house ever. Anytime we had a party, like anytime I was having people over, I made sure to schedule it for when I knew he was working so he wouldn't come by. I hate having to monitor people in my own house. And it's surprising just how often I have to do that. So it's just like, ugh. But I don't get it. I don't get people that steal for the thrill of it or for the compulsion that they feel. I'm terrified to steal. And they do it like it's nothing, and they get away with it until they don't. Like when Rachel FaceTimed me hysterical from Walmart because they caught her trying to like steal meat and stuff at the self checkout. I mean, this bitch had like a roast. She had so much stuff, and her bill was only like $11. I was like, you really think they weren't going to catch you? She was like, I was scanning stuff. I was like, yeah, what stuff? But she called me hysterical, crying. I answered the FaceTime. I'm like, why is this bitch FaceTiming me? She never does this. I was like, what? I was like, oh my God, what happened to you? And then I saw the Walmart symbol behind her and I said, oh, what happened, Rachel? Because I've been warning her forever. She used to give me such shit whenever we checked out because she was like, I can't believe you pay full price for everything. I was like, it's not that I'm paying full price. I'm paying for what I'm buying. Like, it's mine. And she was like, yeah, but you could just scan one and then skip the next. Scan one, skip. I was like, yo, that's not me. I was like, that would weigh on my conscience forever. I don't know if you all ever saw Friends, the episode with Phoebe where she like gets a windfall of money or whatever because she found something and she said, I want to buy shoes. She was like, but I can't buy them with that money. She's like, because every time I go walking, I would hear, not mine, not mine, not mine. I was like, oh my God, that's so me. I don't know. I think people should be more honest. I mean, if I can't afford it, I just won't fucking get it. I don't see the big deal. Like, I stole bread when I was pregnant with Katie. I literally stole bread, and it will weigh on my conscience probably the rest of my life. Why did I steal bread? Because I was fucking hungry and I hadn't eaten in 2 days and I was pregnant. So it was like, all right, I parked around the, corner from the food town. I knew when the bread delivery was. I jumped out, grabbed the top bag off the bunch because they had a bunch, threw it in the car and took the fuck off. Nobody came after me. Nobody knew. They couldn't see me. They couldn't tell it was me. They couldn't see the car because cameras weren't really a huge thing then. And I had worked at that food town. So I knew the outside cameras didn't work. They weren't even connected. But I was hungry. And I was thrilled to have like a couple bagels for a couple days. That's when I decided I was like, I can't. I got to tell my mother that I need a place to live. And I moved, in with her for like a month and a half before she kicked me out and sent me to my grandmother. But I mean, I was like, I don't care that I can't afford this, can't afford that, can't afford anything, but I need to be able to have food. I don't know. My friends, a lot of them don't know that I was ever in such dire circumstances because I do tend to be very generous and, I'll pay for lunch or dinner's on me, whatever. Because when I have it, I like to share it because I know that other people struggle and I've been there. I have been there. My grandmother always told me, look out for yourself. Nobody's going to look out for you. Look out for yourself. My mother told me the same thing. My father told me the same thing. I can't do that. Yeah, I'll look out for me, but in my priority list, I'm not that high up there. I tend to put other people first. I don't know why. It's never ever worked out for me. Like if I've just got real selfish, I think because I'm afraid I'll turn into her. And you know who I'm talking about. But I don't like selfish people. I think they're doing themselves a disservice and everybody else. But I vividly remember I sold everything. I had like coins. I sold like a coin at a time. I would go do people's grocery shopping for them for a couple bucks. If they didn't want to go to the store, but I'll go to the store for you, and, oh, well, yeah. And I wouldn't say, oh, pay me for it. I would just hope that they would like give me a tip or something at the end. Usually they did like $5 or $10. But yeah, there were times where when I was pregnant with Katie, I would go a whole day with nothing but water, nothing. And Miguel didn't care. He was like, "You're fine." He was like, "It's all right." He was like, "Everybody can, skip a meal here and there." I'm like, "A meal? I'm skipping days, you stupid fuck." And I'm pregnant. Like, I'm hungry. He was like, "God, you're a bitch." Gee, I wonder why. I get hangry, dude. You do not want to see me get hangry. It takes like a day and a half for me to get to that point, especially a little sooner if I haven't slept. But when I get hangry, I'll punch you in the face just because I wanna. I really don't care. You do. I get real snippy too. You'd be like, "Hey, Shell, what? What do you want?" It's like my mother's like, "Jesus Christ, have a cookie." Although a cookie would be good right now. Certain cookies anyway. Don't get all woo-woo in here. Well, I'm kidding. You're funny. Ellie said, "We're judging you. When are we gonna have a chat cry session?" Um, I don't know. Maybe today. We might just cry today. I don't know. It depends on my mood. I'm afraid if I start crying today, I just won't stop. So, that's great. They'll clean the air in your house. Okay. No fish pedicure. Oh, I see, RB. I've seen those. No, that's nightmare material for me. I do not want anything because why do like how do I say this? What's stopping them once the dead skin is gone? I mean, if they're gonna eat the dead skin off your feet, what's stopping them from eating the good skin off your feet? Like, I have you all seen The Toy with Richard Pryor and Jackie Gleason? He goes into that lake and gets all bit up by freaking piranhas and shit. That is nightmare material for me. I no, just no. The worst thing I can think of for my feet is for me to put them into any kind of body of water and then have them suddenly attacked by tiny fish. Fuck no. Fuck no. That's ridiculous. Well, from taking notes at Winning Reality, he always takes mental notes. Ellie Fun said, "I kicked a lady when I was in the chair getting a pedicure after hysterically laughing." See, you understand. You get me, Ellie. Aw, thank you for that. Yeah, no, the first one, I was afraid I was gonna kick her. I almost kicked her off the stool, but because she jumped back, and I was just like, "I'm so sorry. I'm so ticklish." She was like, "I can see that." Well, she had a much different accent than me, but she was like, "Yeah, I can see that." RB, I've had a headache since I got up this morning. A ridiculous patient didn't help. Oh, honey. You end up spending like twice what you would with delivery service than just picking it up yourself. Yeah, except I live in the fucking mountains and I don't have a car. And even if I did, I don't trust my driving ability right now. I can't go by myself. And my son can't drive yet. So I'm stuck here. And plus all the ice and the snow. I haven't driven on snow or ice in 10 years easily because I never had to. It doesn't snow that much in Jersey. It really doesn't. I could drive through rain like nothing, but I drove through rain with no headlights, no electricity on the dashboard, like with my mother screaming freaking next to me, and it wasn't even my car. But yeah, no, it's slippery here. Like ice is over so fast and you don't see it. And I live on a road they call it Snake Road. So it's kind of dangerous. But yeah, no, they control everything in my life. They control the groceries, they control if I leave the house, they control where I can go. I haven't even seen the town. I haven't seen anything. Like they don't take me anywhere. I was like, "Oh, I need this remote. Just write it down." I'm like, can I ever go? And it's like, "Oh, it's just so much of a hassle. It's a lot of walking for you." And then, okay, whatever. 'Cause I'm just a prisoner. You might get that crying stream after all, Ellie. I had the free delivery on DoorDash for a couple months, and I spent so much more than I meant to be free delivery. Yeah, see, I don't get a lot of deliveries. Like, I'll get Like from DoorDash, I'll get it like once every 2 weeks. And it's mostly for my son's stuff. The other day though, because it was so icy out and my mother's husband was already going out, I was like, "Take Connor with you. I need you to pick up something at the store." And he was like, "What store?" I was like, "Oh, you just go to Sheets." I was like, "The one that's it's like, not even like 3 miles from my house." And he was like, "Oh, I'm going that direction." I was like, "Good, Connor will pick it up." And I ordered it and I paid for it and he went and picked it up. So that worked out. I didn't have to pay a delivery fee, which for me it's free anyway because I pay the yearly thing. Um, and I didn't have to pay a tip and I didn't have to sit there and wait for somebody to bring it to the door. So he went and he picked it up. So that worked out. He was like, "Oh, I like that." He was like, "I just walked in when we found the right one." Because of course they don't go. I don't mind, but I downloaded the app on his phone. I said, "You see this? Just follow that. It will tell you which store it is." Yeah, I got it. I got it. I got it. They went to 3 different fucking Sheets before they went to the right one. I don't get it. I gave you the location. The address is literally right there on the app. I'm looking at it. Oh yeah, but I wasn't using that. We just saw Sheets and we pulled in. This is men. That's the equivalent of I'm not reading the directions. Like, okay, you're just gonna wing it? You could have been done like 20 minutes ago, and I'm glad I didn't order any hot food. Like all I ordered was energy drinks. My son's got this thing about energy drinks. He loves to have like a couple a week. I drink the C4, but I had none, so I was like, all right, I'll order you drinks. I ordered him drinks because I wanted them. I would order them anyway, but it would have been a lot cheaper. MJ said lost electricity in the area this morning at 6:30. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Checked the weather channel on my phone and the temperature was what? Minus 23 degrees Fahrenheit. Fuck out of here. Actual temp. What a start for the day. That's crazy. I don't get how you guys how you could put up with weather that fucking cold. I knew a guy in Alberta and he would call me at because he was one of those pilots that did the firefighting, like they would drop the stuff over the trees from the plane to put fires out. So he had a very specific schedule. And because of the weather conditions, he was only allowed to work like 2 days a week. I think he would do like 24 hours straight, and then they would try to get them as close together as possible so that he could go home and just lock himself in the house for 5 days because it was like minus 35 degrees on a good day. I was like, that's crazy. He was like, oh, he said, you have no idea. And he was like, because thank God for government vehicles. He was like, because I can't afford to buy a car that would withstand this. He was like, there's no way a regular car would start in this and go for much longer. He was like, it's ridiculous. He was like, the amount of snow and the friggin' cold and the wind. He was like, and it says minus 35, but it feels like, I walked into a freezer. I was like, oh my God. I mean, it must feel like worse than a freezer. I mean, I've been in those big walk-in freezers, because I worked in Quick Check. I worked in Food Town. And I always had to go in there for like the deli meats and everything else. But dear God, I can't imagine minus 35 degrees. And that's on a good day. You mean it gets colder? Stop. My imagination literally cannot go there. I've never been that cold in my life. I don't want to be. Knock wood. Toot, toot. Nope. Nope. Well, I'm glad. I hope you got the electricity back because how do you even deal with that without any electricity? Like you have no heat. Even if you have like the gas heater, I mean, I still don't see how you're functioning. What do you just sit by a fireplace all day? Because I would literally be in the fire. Arby said, Baxter steals tennis balls from the dog park. Aw, that's cute though. Puppy. I usually bring a ball and leave it. Figure that's reasonable. See, now that makes sense to me. That makes sense. You take one, you leave one. You take one, you leave one. I never understood the penny thing. Do you ever go to a bodega or like a Wawa, 7-Eleven, like Quick Trip, whatever, and they have that little. It looks like a soap dish on the counter. It's a coin dish, but they have a bunch of pennies in there. They're like, take one, leave one. Why? First of all, it's a penny. You can't buy fuck all for a penny. And how many germs are in that little container? Because you know they don't clean it. And money is the filthiest thing on the planet, whether it's paper money or coin money. It's disgusting because it goes through so many different. That's why when I see people and they're like, they put their money in their mouth to do something, I'm like, oh, don't do that. I'm like, why would you do that? It's so gross because there's all sorts. They found like on most money, I think it's like a million different kinds of bacteria. They find fecal matter, they find urine, they find fucking splooge. There's coke on them. There's freaking all sorts of shit. And I'm like, why would you put that in your mouth? And then you go to a freaking restaurant and they're looking at the utensils. Bitch, I just saw you put a $20 bill in your mouth for like 5 minutes. Just eat. All right. At this point, there's nothing on that spoon or fork that's going to hurt you compared to what you just put in your mouth. No. And as far as other things, just, be discerning. Be discerning. Power came back on at 8:10. Oh, good. Things were cooling off fast. I bet. I don't know what I did. Well, I mean, I'd probably just pack on the clothes and wrap myself in a blanket and then cuddle with my kids. That should do it. I always go for the survival 101. Body heat is the thing. Just cuddle together. We'll be fine. My daughter used to go, my fingers are cold. Sit on them. You'll be fine. Did you bring your gloves? No, I told you to bring your gloves. I forgot. Sit on your hands then. You better sit on them, put them in your underarms. I don't really care. But warm them up. Figure it out. I'm telling you, they would never make it out of the forest. Either one of my kids. They'll sit there just crying and ma doesn't do everything. Like you got to grow up at some time. Arby said he'll get caught at some point and you'll see him in one of those police body cam videos and laugh. God, I hope not, because I got to be friends with him later. He's not my favorite person, but I don't. Well, do I dislike him? No, I'm still neutral when it comes in. Like he doesn't matter to me, but I did spend a lot of time with him because I was really good friends with his sister-in-law. We were best friends since we were 14, and I was always with their family. But yeah, no, he sets off alarm bells. It's weird. Too many red flags for me. So I don't dislike him, and I do feel bad for him because he did get left behind by his wife. She literally left him for another chick and took all their kids and moved to Las Vegas. And she's happy as a pig in shit, got a big house, got a thriving business. Her kids are all doing well, and he's just miserable. He just goes through one like narcissistic female after another. It's hilarious because I still get the updates from people. They're like, "Oh, we saw this one, and oh my god, he's dating." I'm like, "Ooh, she's such a hoe, though. She's a dirty hoe." Like, why? And he knows that. Like, it's not like it's a secret. Why do these guys date girls with these horrible reputations? They're like, "Oh no, she's good to me." Yeah, now, wait. They always come out as themselves in the end. Always like you've been forewarned, and you're still gonna go there. All right. Well, then you get what you deserve, whatever you get, pretty much. Like we all warned you. Hell, the girl usually warns, like, I have a tendency to, oh, but not with me, baby, because they all think they're special. I'm special. She'll treat me better. Sure, she will. Sure, she will. Leopards do not change their spots. They just don't. You can change over like time, like long time, but to do a sudden abrupt 180, nah, I don't believe it. I think you're doing a 180 right now, and then you're going to do another 180. So you go right back to where you started, right back to form. Everybody reverts to form. But yeah, if I ever saw him, And I'd know it's him even without seeing his face. As long as I can see his teeth, he's got no fucking front teeth. And he's my age. He's actually, I think, 2 years younger than me. When I met him, I shook his hand and he good handshake. But Lord, he smiled and I went, "Ah!" because, because I wasn't prepared for the emptiness of his mouth when he smiled. I was like, now I'm really not like a judge people on their teeth thing because all sorts of shit happens to people with their teeth. You could have like a milk deficiency when you were younger, you could have whatever. You might just have bad gums, you might have got hit a lot. That's why I'm missing back teeth. But I try not to judge. Like I'll occasionally be like, damn, like if you could bite an apple through a picket fence, then maybe you should see an orthodontist. I'm just saying. But I don't I don't really want to judge people like that. But when he smiled, it wasn't that he had no teeth. He had broken, like blackened teeth in the front, and I was so grossed out. I was just literally like, "Ooh," because like it was bad. I'm not talking 1, 2, 2. No, like his entire grill was just decayed and whatever. And I tried to not show the shock. I didn't do too well because Vicky kicked me, but so some of it showed. And I didn't say anything. I let it go. I was just, oh yeah, ha 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 ha. As soon as they were gone, I looked at Vicky and I was like, why? And she was like, he's a nice guy. I said, I don't give a shit. I was like, your sister is gorgeous. She's sweet as can be. She's smart. She's funny. She's got a rocking body. She's wild as can be, but without being slutty about it. So, like, she's a catch. And she was like, yeah, I wanted to say unlike you, but whatever. But she's a catch. Everybody loves her sister. And I was like, why? Why? Well, why? Is he rich? And she was like, no. Does he have like his own house? Like, does he have a car? Like, I mean, what's the draw? I don't get it. And she's like, he likes it. She likes his personality. I was like, fuck that. I was like, she's got to make it. I could never kiss him. Like, I can't be with somebody I can't kiss. I can't. I love to kiss. I'll do it for hours. I don't give a fuck. You could just lay in bed next to me and we just make out and I'd be happier than anything. To be with somebody who's like, I couldn't. Maybe it makes me shallow. I don't know. I don't care if you're, super skinny. I don't care if you're, like overweight. I don't care if you're like, well, I want to say I don't care if you're short, but you just got to be taller than me. But like that, none of that is like a deciding factor. But the teeth, I couldn't do it. No, 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 no. Like if there's something wrong with your mouth, like to the point where I'm like, that nope, it ain't gonna work. And I just didn't understand it because I mean, it's not even like he was that handsome. He wasn't. He was midline at best. Like in my opinion, he wasn't even average. And I tend to be very, very nice about like the guys that date my friends. Like I'm like, oh, I try to find all the good spots, right? I'm like, oh, he's got really nice eyes. He's got good cheekbones. He's got a great smile. Oh, he's super sweet. I was just like, I don't get it. I don't care if he was rich. I don't care if he had a fucking magic dick. I don't care. Which apparently he did because she had twins and then she had another kid later. But if I can't kiss you, what's like, no, no, no. Kissing is way too important. Way too important. And can you imagine cuddling up to somebody falling asleep next to them? You have a nightmare and you wake up there trying to comfort you and you scream because your fucking husband is a jack-o'-lantern. Like, no. I can't, no. No, 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 no. Judge me all you want. I don't care. That's where I draw the line. Uh, I mean, it's a commandment, not a suggestion. He'll have to pay in the end. Yeah, you see, like, I know it's a commandment. I know it's a sin to steal. Thou shalt not steal. But I don't. That wasn't something that factored in. Like I was like, oh, God will forgive me, because God knew I was hungry, but I worry about doing something wrong. I do. I worry about getting caught. That's what I worry about doing something wrong. I worry about getting caught, and I worry about the guilt because I carry guilt like people carry, loose change. Like it's always there, it pops up everywhere. You're like, how'd that get there? Where'd that come from? It's just, it's yours now. It's like, all right, finders keepers, just picking up guilt all over the fucking place. Um, to point out the obvious, when you said you only stole once, it was twice. What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, I told you the bread, but I mean, I was feeding a baby, so that one I didn't feel too bad about. Snipperoonie, how you doing? Arby, back to patience. Catch you later. All right, Arby, you have a wonderful day, honey. And don't let them get to you. It's deep breaths. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Snipperoonie, how you doing? Hanging out on Rumble. We got Shenny in the house. Hugger bugger. Let's see. I'm doing my morning, and this is gonna set my cadence for it. Oh, good, because I'm completely random today. Like you thought I was random yesterday. Today's gonna be worse. Today's gonna be one story goes to another story goes to another story because I'm in storytelling mode. It's just I'm sitting here looking out the window, watching the snowfall, and I feel very um kind of suspended in life right now. You ever feel like that where you're just kind of nothing's pressing that has to get done, and you're not stopping, you're doing something, but you're just kind of like, just floating through. They have scooters at Walmart. Yeah, no, my daughter used a scooter and got stuck in the middle of Walmart. It went from fully charged to nothing. And she wasn't with my mother, and my mother wasn't answering her phone. Well, my mother was in Walmart, but she wasn't, next to her. And she got all panicked, and she called me, and she was like, "Oh, call grandma, I can't get her." I was like, "I'll call you grandfather, Jesus Christ." But yeah. And I will never use a scooter. Never in my life. I will nope. I will not do it. My father loved his scooter. No. And it humiliated me every time he got in it. I was so embarrassed because people would stare. I don't like when people stare. I don't like even being noticed when I'm out unless I want to be noticed. Like, I just want to blend in, get my stuff, and get the fuck out. Like, that's it. And they just draw too much attention. I would never do it. I would never do anything that my father would have done or that he enjoyed doing. So, yeah, scooters, nope. Nope. I'll stay home. I'll miss out rather than having to use one of those fucking things. Same reason I won't use a wheelchair anywhere but a hospital. And that's only because they make me. I'm like, I don't want to. You know how many times I argue with them? I don't want to use. I'm perfectly capable of walking on my fucking own. I know that, but policy is fuck your policy. Like your policy, you're worried about your insurance. I'm worried about my dignity. That's like traumatic for me to get into a goddamn wheelchair. So that's never. I'm always going to push myself. Always going to push myself to walk and to do whatever I can. And if I can't do it, well, then it's not getting done. Somebody else can do it. Go find a friend. Like, so I don't like being helpless is the word that keeps bringing to mind, but I know there's another one that I really want to use. I'm lurking until caught up in chipmunk speed, 20 minutes behind. Yeah, you and me both. I'm 20 minutes behind. Look at that. How you doing, Heidi? Welcome. Hope you got your stuff done. Snipperoni said, I have a couple sisters who work in banks. They constantly disinfect their hands after handling money. Yeah. Because there's like, they've actually found like tons of money to have that flesh eating bacteria on it. Can you imagine? And the thing is, like, you handle money and whatever, and then you go to eat or whatever, and you're eating with your hands. And unless you have like some real good disinfectant soap, that shit's gonna stay there. Like, but I mean, also, I don't like to use Purell like on anything. I got rid of it as soon as like they said, "Oh, lockdown." I was like, "I'm getting rid of all the Purell." Because I hated using it at school. It dried my skin out something terrible. I don't like having dry hands. I like my soft hands. And it doesn't do anything anyway. It's like, okay, yeah, they're germs, but you got to build, like, my kids didn't understand. I was like, you got to build up your immunity. Yeah, but it's germ. Yes. And you're not going to get anything that's going to kill you. I mean, the chances of that are pretty fucking high. So you're going to be fine. Like, build up your natural immunity. We played in dirt. We we didn't have Purell when we were outside all day. My grandmother would throw me out in the freaking yard and be like, stay out there until she had something else for me to do. But I mean, I'm playing with rusty like cabinets and my Tonka truck, which was out all the time because they wouldn't let it in the house because it was big. I had, those the scoop truck. I loved my Tonka trucks. And they were all metal. They were rusty. I would get cut on them all the time. I didn't get tetanus shots. Like, we didn't do any of that shit. There was no, oh, grandma, I fell and hurt my knee. Oh, I fell and hurt my knee. No, it's not bleeding bad. Where's the water hose? All right. So you get the water hose. You put the water. Otherwise, you wait until you went the fucking side. Like, I never was like, oh my God, like I got a splinter. Yeah, you got a splinter. And suck it out, spit it out, and you're done. Like, I never understood the whole thing. The only thing that I freak out about is glass in my feet. Or, well, anything in my feet because it's my feet. But I won't let somebody remove it. Oh no. I told you, I walked around for like 3 months with glass in my foot. Then Miguel was finally like, why are you still limping? No reason. I wasn't limping. Shut up. And he was like, oh my God, you still have glass in your foot. No, I don't. He was, yes, they had to hold me down. I literally had 2 fat asses sitting on me and him holding my legs and like sitting backwards on like my calves because they had me on my stomach. And one of them holding my foot and so that they could take this goddamn glass out of my foot. And I screamed the whole time. I was sweating. I was crying. I almost peed on myself. I was so upset because I just don't touch my fucking feet. Just don't do it. I mean, he got the glass out, but Jesus, I beat the fuck out of every single one of them. I literally was just swinging. I was just like, you motherfuckers. Like, oh, I was so mad. I'm a big chicken when it comes to my feet. It's like, no. But yeah, no, I don't know. It's a thing. But I mean, the germs aren't going to kill them. It's really not, and they don't get that because they hear at school, you have germs. Germs will make you sick. Germs will do this. No, actually, all this antibacterial shit's going to make you sick, and all this Purell is going to make you sick, and not going outside and always being inside, that's going to make you sick. Like, what do you think? We're just recirculating the air in here. It's not fresh. My kids in school, they were like, why are the windows always open? Because you need fresh air and you're not allowed to go outside. We used to have a required recess period in the schools, and somehow they did away with that. And that's part of the problem. Kids need to get outside and run around. They don't want to sit behind a desk for hours and hours and hours on end. They're like, oh, well, we'll switch classes. They can roam between classes. That's not exercise. All that is relocation. That's not getting any energy out. If anything, that's disrupting my day more because it takes 10 minutes to, like transition and get settled. 10 minutes to transition and get settled. It's like, come on. All that transitioning time going from classroom to classroom and, walking down the hallways and getting resettled in. They could have had 20 minutes on the playground and just ran around, got it out, came back in and sat down and learned. But no, because that's common sense. So why would anybody in education do that? Yeah, how Winning could talk about like like Greer and all his bullshit that, because he calls him out on every single thing. That's how I am with education. Like, you have no idea how bad it is. No idea. If I could sit down with a politician that actually had power doing that, I would love to sit down with Linda McMahon when she gets the freaking. I'd be like, listen, Linda, let me tell you how. Let me tell you how it is. And I would literally be like, ask me anything about the school districts, and I'll tell you. I will tell you all the grifts. I will tell you how they lie. I will tell you why they lie. I will tell you where the money goes. I will point out all the nepotism, all the people who have jobs making $150,000 a year with no qualifications whatsoever, and they don't even show up for work, and you're paying them. But where's the money come from? I can tell you that too. Like, I would love to have that conversation. I would throw them all under the bus. Fuck them, because they're not in it for the kids. If you're in education for anything other than educating kids and making them reach their full potential, you do not belong in that field. You're automatically sus, and you should be done away with. There's no need to have all those administrators. You got the dean of this, the dean of that. They don't do on GOTS, but they get paid top dollar. The ones that are getting paid $6, $7, $8 an hour, they're the ones doing all the work. We decided to not go in for one day, all the paraprofessionals. And the shitstorm that it started, they couldn't run the schools. They didn't know what the kids' schedules were. They didn't know where to get their breakfast, lunch, snack, nothing. They didn't know, who sits where, who has what allergy, who has the certain bathroom schedule, who has a medical necessity. Because the teachers don't keep track of that shit. They leave it up to everybody else. And the admins don't even know that those kids exist. They're like, we have a kid with like blood sugar problem. Yes. They made me, when I was a para, they made me do blood sugar tests on this little girl twice a day, every day for a year, because the nurse didn't have time. I was like, you realize this is illegal for me to do this? They're like, no, you have a phlebotomy certification. I was like, yeah, I had one. I got it like 20 years ago. That doesn't make it valid. I don't pay for that shit. They're like, no. We checked that certification is good for you to do this. I was like, now I know they didn't check. They were lying. I was like, you know what? For the kid, I did it. But that was above my pay grade. I wasn't getting paid to do that. But here I was monitoring, like I'm literally like making this child bleed, like with the little lancet twice a day, doing the monitoring, writing it down, keeping it in her log, sending the things home to her mother. And I'm pretty sure her mother didn't know that it was me doing it. Pretty sure she would have been very, very upset if she knew that it was me and not this kid going to the nurse twice a day. But they'd get away with whatever they could get away with. We need you to go and just watch over this class. Paras are not allowed to be alone with the kids in class. There has to be a certified teacher in the room. Shelly, stop being like so by the rule. No, because if something happens, I'm the one it falls on. Like, and so they just go get another aide, and they'd be like, Shelly wouldn't do. No, Shelly wouldn't do, because Shelly's not going to do something illegal for you. Like, if I'm ever going to do something illegal, it's going to be for my kids, like my family. It's not going to be for your benefit. Fuck you. 6 more minutes. See, you're all caught up and I'm way behind. Dang it, I turned you on. Oh, and jumped in the shower. Forgot to tell you we were in it together again. You were so gentle. Thanks, Jenny. I'm glad. I am very gentle, unless you ask me not to be. Listen, gentle does it for people. They're always surprised that I'm so gentle. They're just like, they expect me to be rough all the time. I'm like, no. Rough is a special treat. 3-minute glove chatting warning. What? Welcome to the start. Oh, glove chat. Okay, so you're not gonna be able to type. I was very confused, Heidi. Very confused. She said, my policy was in place my entire life. That's the policy I live by. My last. How you doing, Lady Awesome? Did I say hello? I might not have, because I think you slipped in while I was talking. Hello, honey. How are you? Happy Thursday. Yeah, money's gross. I was a bank teller. Yeah. The worst was, I mean, I didn't really realize that money was so dirty until I worked in Food Town as a cashier. And like the till was all, the till drawer was all clean when I got it. It had money in it, had the coins. You open up the rolls of coins, you get ready. You put the drawer, like you put the till in the drawer, close it, and then you do, your stuff for the day. And the end of my first day, I took the drawer out and I went to the counting room in the back. And I looked, oh my God, like my hands were black, first of all. Like they just, and I had like tried like, with the wet ones or whatever, try to like keep them. They were disgusting. And the entire drawer had like a layer of dirt and dust and like things just fell off of coin. And I was like, this is so gross. And the girl that worked there, she was like, I'll tell you, she was like, money is the dirtiest thing. She was like, you never, ever, ever leave here without going and wash your hands first. She was like, it's disgusting. She was like, that money right there will make you sick. She was like, you will get like a stomach flu. She was like, so many of us wind up with like the trots after. I'm like, no, it's terrible. That's terrible. Anyway, so those are my little diatribes. I went off. Yesterday, we were talking about lies that we hear in childhood. So, like, some of them were like Santa Claus is watching, or the Easter Bunny's real, or the Tooth Fairy is going to leave you money. And that, those were to encourage good behavior, be manipulative. We went with sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me, I think is the biggest lie that people continue to say. Because yes, it hurts when you get hit, but words can be even more damaging. Like, I don't remember most of the times that I got hit. And even if I remember getting hit, I don't remember the pain it caused. Like, my brain could block that out. But words reverberate in my head forever. And they pop up out of nowhere, and they're really, really debilitating. Like, they can break me down to where I'll spiral so fast. You raise your hand to me, I'm going to raise my hand back. But if you like come at me with an insult that I wasn't expecting or something, or you criticize me, I do not take criticism well at all, because I take it very personally, even constructive criticism. Like, dude, just shut the fuck up. Did I ask you? Like, if I asked you for your opinion, then I want it. If I didn't ask you, shut the fuck up. Like, worry about you. I'm full of opinions, but oh well, that's me. I didn't say do as I say. It's do as I say, not as I do. But yeah, I don't do well. Even with slight criticism, it's like an automatic shutdown, because I have to do things well. And if I didn't, then I failed. See, for somebody else, they're like, oh yeah, I'll correct that next time. For me, it's I'm never doing it again. I'm never touching it again, because I did it wrong and I'm a failure, and that's it. Like, it's so bad. Anyway. Oh, he teases you because he likes you. That one. If he pulls your pigtails, he's got a crush on you. He's got a secret crush on you. He's not going to tell you. He's just going to keep being mean to you because he wants your attention. And we believe that shit. So it's like, oh, he's abusive. He loves me. Like, that's the mindset that we're setting up when we tell kids that. I never told my daughter that. I was like, if a boy comes up to you and pulls your hair, you pull his fucking hair. Or if he hits you, you hit him the fuck back. Like, you do not stay hit. Now, mind you, she was in a wheelchair. I don't give a this kid punched her, and she finally told me, and I was like, what'd you do? I cried. Oh, you what? And I was like, all right. Because it went on for like, a little while that I didn't know about. And then when she finally told me, I was like livid. But she didn't want me going to school. I said, okay, fine. You're going to deal with it then. And she was like, well, I don't know what to do. And the teacher won't do anything. I was like, the next time he goes near you, if he hits you, you grab that little motherfucker and you hold on to him. Because Katie was in a wheelchair. From pushing that wheelchair, she was diesel on top. Like she had arm strength. And I said, you grab that little motherfucker and you beat his ass. And she was like, oh, is that right? I said, here's the deal. If he hits you and nobody's helping you and you don't hit him back, when you come home, you're going to deal with me. And she was like, okay. And of course, the next day I got the phone call. Shelly, you got to come to the school. I was like, why? There's been a problem with Katie. I was like, oh God, what now? I figured she had an accident or something with the wheelchair. They were like, yeah, she beat the hell out of this little kid. I was like, oh, was it such a, how'd you know that? I was like, oh, good. What do you mean good? I was like, no, I told her to. Now, the principal for her grammar school was the principal of my high school when I went to high school. So he was like, Michelle, what'd you do? I was like, dude, he's been wailing on her. I was like, I told her, you beat his ass or I'll beat yours. And he was like, you can't do that. The fuck I can't. I was like, she's fine. And the mother came in, and when the mother found out that her son was beating on a girl, number one, and a girl in a wheelchair, number two, she literally beat his ass in the school. And she apologized to my daughter, apologized to me, but dude, you got to do what you got to do. But he never hit her again. And he was even protective of her after that. Like they were friends all through high school. So it was like, you got to stand up for yourself. And I make sure that my kids do that. My son was bullied by this kid for like 3 years. And I took him to karate. He talked to sensei about it. Sensei was like, listen, as long as it's something you can tolerate, don't get in trouble for it. He was like, but as soon as he crosses that line, you stand up for yourself. He was like, always use your words. He's like, but if it comes to, like blows, then I taught you well. And sure enough, Connor was going to lunch one day, and I think he was in third or fourth grade. And he was going to lunch, and the kid was in his face and like, and he poked Connor like just once in the cheek. And Connor took the stuff that he had in his hands, threw it on the ground. At one punch, he just punched him dead in the middle of his face. And the kid just boop right down because Connor knows how to throw a punch. And the kid fell, and Connor just went and got his stuff. And Charles, the vice principal, run over. Oh my God, you can't do that. Connor's like, what? He'll leave me alone now. And I got called to the office. I mean, I worked in the same damn building, but I was like, what do you mean? What happened? And he was like, yeah, he's suspended for 2 days. I said, what about the other little son of a bitch that's been bullying him for 3 years that y'all fucking know about? Because everybody knows about it and nobody can stand the kid. He was like, yeah, but his dad's on the, board of education. I don't give a fuck if his dad's the president. You touch my son and he stands up for himself and my son gets punished for it. I was like, no, that ain't right. And he was like, well, he's suspended. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, well, then we'll see you Monday. He was like, well, no, it's just him that's suspended. I was like, and who's going to watch him? I was like, if he's staying home, so the fuck am I. Bye. And we went, he was like, where are you going? I was like, I'm taking him out for ice cream. And I did. I took him to Malibu for like a nice little dinner. That was a diner that was right by the school. And then I took him to Rita's ice cream for ice cream. I was like, get whatever you want. Whatever you want. It's on me, buddy. Like, go nuts. We had a great 2 days watching movies, playing video games. And he was like, I really thought you were going to be mad. I said, that you stood up for yourself? Fuck no. I was like, fuck no. I was like, that little bastard. I was like, how many times you hit him? He was like, I just had to hit him once. I said, you knocked him out? He was like, oh yeah. He said he went poop right over. He said he felt like a tree. I was like, that's my boy. Like, I was proud. I am not ashamed to say I was proud. He stood up for himself and one punch and he controlled himself. See, he's already better than his mother. Because I would have kept wailing on that little son of a bitch. I would have been like literally on top just making his face into hamburger meat. Because once I get tricked, like once that wire just goes a little nutty, I'm not coming back. Hey, full drinking, half thinking. What is up? You did a stream this morning. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I saw it. Let me see. Media assets. So let's say thank you. We're going to do for the guys. And you get my favorite as well. Just so y'all know, I sit here and do that same dance when that's going. So like when he's just bouncing around, I'm sitting here going like I'm bouncing literally in my seat. So like all like the boobies are bouncing. So there you go. There's the visual for you. But I keep it popping. All right. So we got full drinking, half thinking. Just sending early morning kisses. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome with the $20 super chat. Let's see. You are my stream sponsor today. Look at you. Let me see. Where is it? I know I have it. And that's funny because it's actually set up just for you. So there's the banner. Today's stream sponsor is Full Drinking, Half Thinking. Make sure you check out his channel. We had a good time talking the other day. It was a good time when you were up there. Just so y'all know, like he's very serious when he goes and does his shows. And he was talking about like a very I'm not gonna bring it up because I don't want to talk like I don't want to get super serious because I know I will. But he took it hard and I didn't like seeing him so upset. So I was determined to make him laugh. And they were doing something and unfortunately I didn't mean for this to set him off laughing. I just was making, my observations like I do. And he was talking about this chick that her wig was sliding off or whatever and it was like moving back. And he showed it because first he was talking about it, then he showed a video of her and I'm looking at her. I was like, she looks like Blanca from Street Fighter. I that's all I typed. I said she with the wig like that, she looks like Blanca from Street Fighter. I didn't think it was gonna hit him the way it did, but he laughed literally for like 2 minutes straight, then told them why he was laughing, and then went back to laughing and kept laughing for like 10, 20 minutes. And then like a half an hour later, he's sitting there just talking, all of a sudden starts cracking up and he's like, Blanca. I was like, really? Like he said, I'm gonna laugh off that shit for the next 2 days. I was like, damn. I was like, I didn't think it was that funny, but that's who she looked. She had like forehead for miles. It was like, oh my God. But yeah, so that was a fun stream. That was hilarious. I had such a good time in your chat that day. But I'm glad I made you laugh because I didn't like how like affected you were by the topic. So you're welcome for the laugh and thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it. What did I miss? I'm all over the fucking place. Let's see. No, we did Shenny. I did my Shenny. Set my cadence. We did that. Handle the money. 6 more minutes. I hate StreamYards. The way it jumps around, I hate it. Oh no, we're good. Exactly how I understand the gentle versus rough. I bet you do, Shenny, dirty girl. Go ahead, think. I don't get you. I got you, my woman. Plus, money has been in places you can't get soap. Oh, girl, stop it. No, it has not been. Not on me, anyway. I am not a gumball machine. You can't put a quarter and something pops out. No. Like, no. Lady Awesome, shut the fuck up. Did I ask you? I mean, that's. Listen, if I wanted people to critique me, I would, open up the freaking panel and be like, yeah, come on the show and tell me what I'm doing wrong. No, like, there's a reason why I'm up here by my damn self. I mean, there's a reason why, I only occasionally stream with somebody else because I don't like being, controlled. like that. Like, I don't like anybody having something to say. Like, if you're like, oh, you did it, I'm like, fuck you. I didn't ask you. Like, mm-hmm, whatever. Like, you're free to say it, but I'm also free to walk away from the friggin' friendship because I'm irritated and now you hurt my feelings and I don't like you anymore. Like, it's just that easy. And it happens that quick. There's only a couple things that are like an instant shutdown for me. And like, ignoring me, neglecting me, or criticizing me, that's the top three because those are my triggers. But at least I know those are my triggers. But that will cause me to like, I'll be like, oh really? All right. And I just start to walk away. It takes a lot to make me go back. It really does. Like, because I can't forget it. I can forgive it easily. I can forgive it, but I can't forget it. And that's the part that bothers me. It does. Full drink is sitting out today. Mama busy as fuck. Busy as fuck. Are you right? Well, busy is better than, having nothing to do. Busy usually means you're getting that money in. And at least you're using your brain, you're moving around. So I hope you have a really good day. Thank you very much for coming by. I appreciate it. I wish you could have stayed. I hope you heard what I said. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. I'm only 3 minutes behind in chat, so hopefully you heard it. Did we derail her yet? No. And hello, T-Rex. How are you? Lady Awesome said the first fight I got into was in the 4th grade, again in the 5th grade, 7th grade, and 9th grade. And we won't count the fights I got into after I graduated high school. Surprisingly, my oldest 3 kids never got in fights. Yeah, no, my kids only had like the one fight each. That was it. Like, it was like that. Connor's not really a fight. They fight with each other. Lord. I always tell them, don't raise your hands to one another. Don't, because I'll go get the boxing gloves and you all could fucking duke it out. If you're going to fight, like, you're going to fight my way. I have all the boxing equipment. Like, I will lace those motherfuckers up and they could, like, go ahead, go at it. Ding. Round 1. Let's go. I don't believe in just letting things go like that or just one person, like, getting all defensive and physical. No, if you want to come to physical blows, then you're going to do it the right way. I don't give a fuck. Like, you want to have it out? Okay. You're going to regret it, but okay. Sometimes they got to do it just to learn. Everybody's like, oh, you didn't let me. Well, I let you and you didn't like it. So maybe you won't do it again. Sometimes the only way they learn is through experience. You can't tell these kids nothing. They don't listen. Dad's condition is declining. Oh, T-Rex. I'm sorry, honey. You really just stay hopeful. Okay? Like, I don't know what to say, baby. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm praying, as much as I can. Guys, if you can, send some prayers out for T-Rex's dad. He's going through a major health crisis right now, and it's not looking good. And we love our T-Rex, so we want him to be good. We want him to be strong. And if you can, send as much healing energy and as much strength as you can that way. I would very much appreciate it, because I think when we do that together, it's more powerful than, just a voice in the din. So if you can, please send whatever prayers you can his way. T-Rex, all I can say is it'll get better. I hope it'll get better. Nothing is certain. I wish I could give you a hug and be there and, sit there and just give you some quiet strength or some Italian Jersey girl strength, whatever you need. But just know that, we're all thinking of you. I'm thinking of you. And even though I'm not there, I kind of am. I'm never far. So hopefully he'll get the help he needs. I mean, I'm sure he's declining a little bit today because of the transport yesterday. That tends to set them back a little bit. He's been really stressed out because of the, insurance stuff probably. He's worried about you. He's worried about your brother, your sister, your mom. Probably worried about what chores aren't getting done. So just give them a little time to rebound and see where it goes. I mean, talk to the doctors. What are they telling you? Cat and Kern just popping in before I join Squid to show some love and say have a great stream. Thank you, Cap. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful day. Have fun with Squid. Wolf, I'm so sorry to hear that. T-Rex. Oh no, T-Rex. I'm sending healing, understanding energy. See, I didn't even have to ask them. They just send it. Prayers for you and your family, T-Rex. Absolutely. That's from Cap. And T-Rex said they tried to turn down the balloon pump and he ended up having really bad chest pains last night. They can't do the MRI with the balloon pump in, but apparently he can't tolerate that. So they may end up trying to do either a few stunts at the cath lab or still try removing the balloon and do the MRI and then open heart. They can't do it for the MRI. Would the CAT scan be different? Like, would they be able to do that or an ultrasound? Like, there's got to be other things they could do. The MRI isn't the be all end all. I mean, I get it. It's great for contrast and whatever, but there's got to be a way to do that. Your father's not going to be the anomaly. He's not going to be, oh my God, it's something we've never seen before. There's got to be records of how to deal with that. They just need to do a little bit more research. Like, the hospitals always take the easy way out. They don't like looking for solutions. Make them. Be the squeaky wheel. Complain. They don't have a cardiac CAT scan capability at OSU. Of course not. And cardiac ultrasound is also known as an echocardiogram, and they've done 3 of those. Let me guess. The Cleveland Clinic did have the machinery or the technology that you need. I'm certain that wherever they said you couldn't go, that's probably where you should have gone. Maybe because of that, maybe they'll be able to transfer him there. If they don't have the capabilities and he physically cannot stand up, to the requirements for the test, maybe they can use that to transfer him to the place that's better for him. I don't know. The same way the insurance companies look for angles to deny you, you got to look for angles to get around them. So if you got to force their hand. Fuck it. But I hope everything goes well. I do. Because life is sad enough. I don't want anybody else I love going through stuff like that. All right. Oh, another lie in childhood is you could be anything you want when you grow up. Now, we discussed this. No, you can't. Like, if you're stupid, you ain't taking no genius job, okay? And if you do, you're not going to do it well. And then that's just a waste of time, waste of money, and nothing's going to happen. Like, stop telling kids you could be anything because now they want to be cats. Oh, I want to be a boy. No. Like, you have to know your potential. You have to know your capabilities. You also got to know your limitations. And reality is a wonderful place to live. Does it suck sometimes? Yes, but the fantasy world ain't helping anybody. And if you live in that fantasy world where you think I can be a unicorn, like, no, you are in for a very rude awakening and it's going to hit you and you're not going to have a good time. You're just not. Like, it's going to be harder on you mentally to rebound from coming out of fantasy world into reality than if you just faced reality to begin with and dealt with it then and there. Deal with the problem when it's small and manageable. Don't pretend and avoid and put it off and like, la, 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 everything is fine. Years go by and then now that little grain of sand is a fucking mountain and you don't know what to do. Because you're like, oh, that got too big too quick. No, it wasn't quick. It wasn't. The Nile's not just a river in Egypt that winning loves. Like, just no. And yes, that will, for the rest of my life, that will be the addendum to that idiom. Like, just, it's always going to be, I'm never going to be able to disassociate the Nile River with winning. It's terrible. But, Like, if you don't deal with it when it's small and manageable, then it's your own fault when it becomes unmanageable and you become unhinged because you can't deal with the stress. Deal with it when it's small. Deal with it when, you have other people who are like, "Oh, that's easy." It's probably an easy fix. But no, they like to, "Oh, no, I'm gonna do this. I can be whatever." No, you can't. No, you can't. First of all, there's facts that get in the way. There's biology. There's, just so many different factors that are not changeable that you have to accept as a given that it's not going to change. Now, change what you can if it's a good thing, but don't deny the truth of the matter. Like, look it in the eye, find the truth, find how you can, like work with it, get around it, deal with it, whatever. But don't go, off into this like weird psychotic fantasy land. Like, I can't take it anymore. And we're finally getting a dose of reality and a dose of truth back. Whereas, no, see, you can't be anything because you need to be qualified. That's number one. You need to be able to do it and you need to learn how to do it. I love when people, I want to do this, and they just start. And you're like, are you trained? Oh, no, I feel like I can do this. You feel, oh, yeah. I feel like I could probably, I don't know, do a lot of things. Is it dangerous? Yes. Is it smart to do them? No. Am I going to be good at them? No. Yeah, probably not. Is it going to be a really bad fallout? Yeah, probably. So how about we avoid that? How about we avoid it? I'm just saying, it really irritates me when you can be anything. That's how we got to this retarded place in life. One we didn't go over. Oh, stop crying. It's not worth getting upset over. I hate that one when people tell kids that. Oh, it's not worth getting upset over, because you're encouraging these kids to overlook, or downplay their feelings about what's going on. You're telling, oh, that's gaslighting your own kid. Oh, you'll get over it. Like, yeah, we want them to be a little more resilient. We want them to be a little bit more tolerant, not just of other people, but of just the bullshit that's going to occur in the world in their lives that they can't avoid. And it's going to be repetitious, especially because there's bullshit you deal with every day that you're just like, meh, because it's just there. But when you tell these kids this, it's not, they're not processing anything. If they're upset, okay, you're upset. Why are you upset? You're entitled to feel however you feel, but I want you to tell me why you feel that way. And let's talk that through, because maybe they're upset about something completely different, but that little thing that they think is upsetting them was just the straw that broke the camel's back. But they're kids. They can't see that. They don't know that this has been building, and this is what broke them. They just think this is what broke me. This is a horrible thing, when it's probably not. They're making a mountain out of a molehill. And it's just like, okay, let's go back. Are you sure this is what's upsetting you? What happened, before that? How were you feeling before that happened? Because I don't like the narrative where, oh, just ignore it and let it go. I don't believe in ignoring feelings, because they build up and you build resentment and you get angry and then you become like, me, and you don't want to be me. So process your feelings as a kid. Like, your feelings are valid. You're feeling them. There's no denying that is what you're feeling. But let's figure out why you're feeling that and how to fix it without just giving into it. Like, don't let the emotion have the control. You need to control the emotion, not have the emotion control you. So how can we do that? But we weren't told, I'll get over it. So you felt almost guilty having any type of reaction to anything. It was like, oh my God, I'm not allowed to feel. And that's how I grew up. You're not allowed to feel this. You're weak if you have this kind of emotion. Like, if this is upsetting you, well, get angry. That was always the answer. Get angry then. Fight back. And it's like, okay, but nobody's fighting me. I'm just feeling this. Why do I have to be angry? Why can't I just, like, feel this, deal with it, and get over it? Like, get past it. Not over it like, oh, forget it. But let me get past it. Let me work through it. No, it was just me bouncing from like one puddle of hell to the next and ignoring the fact that my feet are soaking wet and I'm dragging hell with me wherever I go. Like I was always going to be in hell unless I dealt with it, unless I knew what to look out for later. One of the ways that it helps you to deal with problems as a kid is if you sit there and you say, oh, okay, I feel this way. Well, I think I feel this way because of this. Oh, but maybe it was this. Oh, and maybe it was this. You train yourself to go, I'm getting these mounting feelings of, like resentment and unrest. I should deal with them before they get to be too much. That's how you raise somebody who's emotionally, regulated, who's emotionally sound, who has, a better grip on what's going on in their world. A lot of people don't do that. It drives me insane. They're like, I'll just get over it because they don't want to be bothered. Why do you have kids if you're not going to bother with them? Like that was my whole thing growing up. Like, why did you people have kids? What, for the labor force? Because that's all I could think of. Just a labor force and somebody carrying on the name and oh shit, she's a girl. So just teach her how to do all the chores and that's all she's good for. Because apparently I was not going to, carry on the name. Little did they know. And then the last one for the kids thing. If you loved me, you'd behave. That was the favorite in my house. They use that a lot in my house from when I was able to crawl. Like, oh, here, eat this. If you love me, you'll eat it, even if I don't want it. Like, if I didn't like it. If you love me, you'll eat it. You smile. If you love me, you'll smile. If you love me, you go to the store. If you love me, you behave. If you love me, you get good grades. So it's like, but what they were telling me and what you're telling somebody else is that love is conditional. You're manipulating somebody, your kid through guilt and you're linking love with them obeying you. You're actually like tacking on this condition saying, well, if you loved me, and they're hearing, okay, that's the same in reverse. Like, all right, if I do this, it means I love them, but that means they're going to love me back because you're making love conditional. It confuses kids about the nature of love and the nature of autonomy. Like you should be able to make your own decisions. Your decisions should not, oh, there's a giant crow in the middle of the road. Holy crap, that was huge. I felt like I was in Sons of Anarchy for a minute. I was like, oh, where's Jax? Where's the motorcycle? But you're teaching the kid that I lost my train of thought. The crow totally derailed me. Crow! It wasn't a squirrel, it was a crow. But you're teaching that kid that every time they do something, the love can come and go. Everything, they're only worthy of being loved if they're jumping through people's hoops. That's how you create a people pleaser. That's how you create somebody. That's how you create somebody who doesn't think they're worth it. That nobody will love them unless they're just constantly doing and doing and doing and giving and, do everything they say, never push back, never have a different opinion, never, say, I don't want to do that, or that's not, like something that interests me. You could never, ever, ever, you have to become that other person. Everything they need in order to be deserving. And one fuck up and it's gone. Now you're worthless again. I never want anybody to feel like that. To feel like they're not worthy just as they are. I don't care who you are. Everybody is worthy of love. Even some of the worst souls on earth. The reason that half of them are like that is because somebody convinced them they weren't worth anything else. So they just said, fuck it. Granted, some of them just psychotic, but a lot of people that do bad things or that are mean or that are cold, they weren't born that way. They were made that way. They were convinced that they were nothing. No matter, because you can't please everybody. You're always going to fail. And it chips away at your soul. thinking nobody loves me because I did this. There's people out there doing egregious fucking things. And they're getting, they're getting love. They're succeeding. They're getting, they have tons of people around them who are supporting them and always forgiving them. And sometimes you look at them and you're like, but why? Where's that for me? Like, I'm doing the best I can and I still come up short all the time. Words mean shit to me. Yes, words hurt. Words will hurt me easily. Actions for me prove everything. So if I'm watching you and I'm watching you just give minimal, or just like I'm like an afterthought as far as like, that kind of stuff, that's going to stick with me. That's going to tell me my worth. Because I didn't grow up being told I was good or I was this. There was always a criticism. I never did anything right. No matter how hard I tried. So yeah, when you do this to a kid, if you love me, you'd behave. Why would you teach somebody that they're not worthy of being loved and cared for exactly as they are? It's the worst thing you could do to a kid, I feel. I mean, that out of all the lies, that's the one that I think does the most damage, because then it makes them susceptible to all the rest. Because you won't push back. You might know somebody's lying, you'll just let them. You'll let them lie to you. You'll let them gaslight you. You'll let them love bomb you. You'll let them do whatever because you're just so desperate to be seen as worthy. Because, well, I have to make them happy. I have to do everything they want, or else they're going to think I don't love them and they're not going to love me. You're always trying to prove yourself and prove yourself and prove yourself. And you're never going to make it. It's never going to happen because you can't get approval from people. Not the ones you want it from. My mother's never going to give me approval. She's never going to see me as somebody worthy. And even if she saw me that way, which I doubt, she would never treat me that way. I'm never going to get any kind of validation from her. I'm never going to get that unconditional love from her. Never. And yet, I toe the line every day. I jump through hoops every day. I'm always, if I answer her back, I walk away like with my head held high, whatever, go in my room and I shake because I'm terrified that she's going to do something to get even with me. And then I feel overwhelming guilt and then I can't move anymore. And that starts in childhood. Oh, look, well, there you go, Ellie. You wanted crying, so I gave you crying. Scott, what's up? You missed the funny stories and came in for the crying. Good timing. Heidi said, just got back home from walking in the corner store. Tech was failing all over the place until now back to catching up in chipmunk speed. Oh, good. You get to hear me cry like quickly. It'll be over soon. Ooh, it's 1:44. That means the vote is coming in. The love reached teaches us whether parents like it or not. Okay. The love reached teaches us whether parents like it or the love reached teaches us whether parents like it or not, especially if parents only give love when a parent approves of the actions of the child. There's people who cannot fathom true love and compassion. And see, I have a really hard time. I mean, well said, Scott, but I have a really hard time with that. People think that I'm mean, right? Because I have so many defenses. But I have those defenses because I'm very wounded. Like I have so many open battle scars from my life. It's ridiculous. So yeah, I do tend to be a little more protective of some of my harsher scars. Things that they'll never ever heal. And I know that because they just go too deep. They literally run right through me. And it, Ellie, yay, I got my crying. Let it flow, let it flow. It's sad because other people have to deal with the fallout from that. And I'm not that person. They think I'm mean because I'm protective. They have no idea how much I care, how deeply I care. Even for people who everybody's like, they don't deserve, I don't care. That's my friend. And even if they're not my friend, if I decide I'm their friend, that's my decision to make. I have somebody who is not a great friend to me, but maybe he's not, like a great person. Maybe he's not. Maybe he has a lot of fucked up flaws and the world can see them. It doesn't matter that there's nothing he can do for me to better my life. I didn't get into a friendship with him for that. He doesn't have to be my friend all the time because I decided a long time ago I was his friend. Because I talked to him and I decided, okay, and it was a conscious decision and it might sound like, I don't know, conceited or whatever. I decided he needed my friendship. I wanted his friendship, but that was never a condition for me being his friend. It was never a requirement. And a lot of people don't get that. They're like, he doesn't do anything for you. Yeah, he's not there for you. He is sometimes. I mean, he's not a bad person, but I mean, he's got shit going on. But does that mean that I take my friendship away from him because he can't give equal back to me? No, because then I wouldn't be friends with anybody. I wouldn't. I have yet to meet anybody like who gives me what I give them. Because people aren't made like me. Occasionally, like I'll meet somebody who comes close or whatever, but I know what I do for people behind the scenes, in private, in secret, whatever. Like I know how I feel. I know what I'm giving up or what I'm putting to the side to be there for them or whatever. And I don't throw it in their face. I don't say, "Hey, you owe me what," because there's not that feeling. But I also know I'm not going to get that in return. If I think that there's going to be a reciprocity, then okay, that's fine, but that's usually established like at the beginning. But then if I don't get anything in return that I was expecting, I'm going to be disappointed. So I don't tend to expect people to do for me what I do for them. And when they do nice things for me, I'm blown away and I'm surprised and I'm overly grateful. And I always feel like I'm this not showing my gratitude enough and I make it awkward. And I cry. But I don't know, it strikes me so few people just give love freely. They're afraid to. I'm not afraid to give love. I'm afraid of not getting love. I know how much I have to give. I'm a love machine. And I mean that many different ways. But I do. I'm very loving, but once you fuck me over to I have to turn it off. I got to shut the machine down. But it takes a lot to get there. A lot of people don't ever get there. Like compassion is an amazing thing. You can be compassionate and not be enabling. You could be compassionate, not be somebody's like codependent little crutch. Like you can be compassionate and be there for people and try to like guide them the way they need to go. If they're not seeing it, help them along. It's a beautiful thing. Elliot said, for fuck's sake, I got a paper cut on my arm. Aw, how? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's like, how? Yeah. That's funny because the how, I didn't read it as how at first. I read ow because paper cuts suck. They do. I would rather cut my fucking hand with a knife than get a paper cut. Because at least the one I could just put some Neosporin, put some butterfly things on it, I'm good. But paper cuts sting. And why, whenever you have a paper cut, you could go 6 months without ever touching any kind of lemon juice, and all of a sudden there's lemon juice. Like, just every time, never fails. Heidi said, caught up to T-Rex Chuck Moore's dad update, covering your dad, you and your family in prayers, Rexy. Aw, that's very sweet. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Oh shit. Goddamn stupid phone. I went to move the phone and it opened, and now it's like, I don't know, it's opening a whole bunch of apps. Like, whatever. This iPhone is way too sensitive. All I have to do is like put my hand near it, like just on top of it a little bit, but not touch the surface, and it just opens shit. It's annoying. All right, so I asked Grok a question. I said, do lies that we accept in childhood make us more likely to accept them as adults? And it gave me a whole bunch of things. It said the relationship between accepting lies in childhood and susceptibility to accepting them as adults is complex and influenced by multiple factors. Those factors are the normalization of deception. If children are frequently exposed to lies, even little white lies, that are meant for good intentions, like, Santa Claus, Tooth Fairy, whatever, they may grow up viewing deception as a normal part of life and social interaction. It becomes an acceptable part of what they do. You're literally teaching your kids that, look, the little lies are fine. Oh, you're doing it to spare somebody's feelings. You're not sparing anybody's feelings. The person that you're lying to knows they're being lied to. Most of the time, they're just not willing to put up a fight about it. They're like, oh, fuck it. That could potentially lower their threshold for questioning and recognizing deceit in adulthood. So if you make lies normalized when they're kids, when they grow up, they just accept that it's a part of life, and they can't always tell the lies from the truth, because the lies now have become their truth throughout their childhood. That's their dependency on that. They've become accustomed to it. It's common. So it's not something that should be avoided to them. It's something they believe everybody does it, so I can do it too. So all you're doing is you're literally grooming your child to be a liar when they grow up, or at least to be acceptable of liars. They might be honest, but if they meet people who lie to them in the same way, they're opening themselves up to all sorts of abuse. So I really do think it's better to be honest with them. And I know I've done it. I've done the Santa Claus thing. I did the Tooth Fairy thing. I did the you're going to grow a hand out of your stomach, whatever. I said bad parenting. I was very open about that. Bad parenting, probably, but fucking effective. And that's a judgment call, because sometimes you have to be a little manipulative when you're dealing with kids, because they don't have reasoning skills like we do. So you do what you have to do. Are there other ways? Yes. Do you always have time to do the other ways, like on spur of the moment? If it's a split decision kind of thing and it's got to get done right there, you do the best you can. If it's a fib, well, then you're going to have to deal with that later. But you do the best you can for the kid. We don't do this to upset the apple cart. We don't do it to damage them. We're doing what we think is best because we were raised the same way. So it's normalized already for us. It was normalized for our parents. It was normalized for their parents. When do you stop that and say, hey, it's just a cycle over and over and over and over, because, oh, I did it because, well, that's the way it's always been done. But that doesn't make it right. We go for what is easy rather than for what is correct. We go for what we know rather than chancing doing it wrong or trying to do the right thing and fucking that up. Like, we're like, oh, well, I know what's going to happen if I do this, but if I do this and I screw it up, it could be worse. It could be, or you could have got it right. Or you both could have a learning moment. I think life is full of teachable moments and learning moments. but we don't take advantage of them because we're busy. Everybody's busy, 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 busy. Another thing is trust and authority. Children are taught to trust adult, authority figures, parents, teachers, the dentist, the doctor, whatever. So if like the crossing guard, if any of these people who have authority of them use like any kind of lies or deception or whatever, the kids learn to accept that information without any kind of pushback. They're like, oh, but the principal told me. Well, the principal lied. No, he would never. Because you accept it as truth because you think this is a person of power. They're an authority figure. I'm told to trust them. So whatever they're telling me must be either true or for, like in my best interest. Like they're looking out for, they're not thinking higher level. They're thinking authority figure. I do what they say. They keep me safe. That's it. That's pretty much where the child mind ends. That's the developmentally appropriate response and thinking pattern. But what you're doing is you're literally laying the foundation for them to look at authority and go, okay, I'm just going to do what you say without questioning it. And that's how you get abuses of power. That's how you get, priests doing shit that they shouldn't. That's how you get coaches taking advantage of kids. That's how you get teachers sleeping with their fucking students. Because these are people in position of power and authority that we have raised kids to go, no, just do as you're told. That's your teacher. That's, a cop. That's a whatever. Everything they do is okay. No, they have to be skeptical. You want your kids to be raised saying, yeah, I know you said that, but no, that doesn't feel right. No, I need to talk to my mother first, or I need to talk to a parent, or I need to talk to somebody. I need to think about it. Like they need to be able to have that ability to push back. And these lies, the trust can extend into their adulthood, making them more likely to believe misleading information like from these goddamn politicians. They're perceived authority figures, and they figure, oh, well, like with the government, all these people, they got elected. They got elected to represent us. Yes, that was the function that we, put them in office for, but that wasn't the function they did. And we were so used to going, well, their politicians can't do anything about them anyway. They have all the power. No, they fucking don't. They don't have any power at all. They have the power we give them. And we've become lazy and complacent, and we gave them more power than they deserved, and they went nutty with it. Power corrupts. But we were taught from kids, they're authority figures. They're all the way. We keep thinking they're up there. They're not up there. They are literally our servants. They are civil servants. That's what they do. They are not above us. They work for us. That's the way it's supposed to work. And we somehow let that get all messed up. And that's why we're in the state that we're in now. A lot of that starts in childhood. A lot of it starts in childhood. Prayers for T-Rex. I don't want to get behind. Hiya and bye, Captain Kern. Heidi said, I'm still behind. You're not that far behind. And I'm like all caught up. Scott said, people have to keep an eye on things as best they can. Machine operators have to constantly look at what's happening to ensure they get the results they want. Same with anything in life too. Really. Yeah, absolutely. And that's where we mess up a lot, because we're like, oh, things are going all right. Well, this person's in charge. I like them. I like what they have to say. Yeah, unfortunately, politicians talk out of one side of their mouth. That's the part we hear. Then they go and talk to each other out of the other side of their mouth. So we never really know what's going on. If anybody's seen like the play Hamilton, and I know Winning's rolling his eyes right now. There's a song called I Want to Be in the Room where it happens. And they talk about the backroom deals, and they talk about, nobody knows what got discussed, and they're shaking hands, and they're negotiating without any kind of supervisory kind of thing. There's nobody to be witness to it. It's just those three. Nobody really knows how the sausage gets made as part of the lyrics. And it's true. We don't know what they're sacrificing, to get something else. Like maybe they're giving something up that was really important to us, but not so important to them because they wanted something else that was important to them. And they're like, you know what? I have these 3 things that I'll give up for this one thing. Meanwhile, we just lost out 3 things that we needed, that we voted for, that we said, hey, we need this. And they said, yeah, they decided that it wasn't as important to give that to us as it was to get what they wanted. Like, I want to be in the room when it happens. I do. I want to be the fly on the wall. I want to see the backroom deals. I want to see what are you giving up that to get what you're getting. Like you're getting 5% of something. Meanwhile, we elected you to fight for us. Where's your fight? You're just capitulating. You're just giving in. Oh, making a deal. You're making a shitty deal. I don't mind somebody making a deal on my behalf if they're good at it. Trump is good at making deals. The other politicians, not so much. Not so much. I mean, look at the country. The capital was supposed to be New York City. That was supposed to be the capital of the United States. But no, they wanted it to be more toward the south so that the southern states didn't have to travel as far because it's a bitch getting to New York City. I get that. The lore is, Hamilton wanted a certain banking system. Nobody in Congress or the Senate wanted it because it was too complicated. And he needed Jefferson, and Madison to lobby for him, among the politicians. The only way that they supposedly came to that conclusion was, all right, well, then we'll move the capital to Washington, D.C., to this land you guys have, on the Potomac. But you give me my federal system. You give me my banking system. It has to be a centralized banking system. And that's what they fought for. And they each got what they wanted. This one gave up, that one gave up. We weren't advised on it as a country. They didn't go to the people and say, hey, this is what I want to do. No, they just went and just did it. Now, would I want the capital to be New York? No, that's too close to the goddamn ocean. It's too easy of a target. But did we want the central bank? No, not really. Not really. So basically, they got what they wanted. We didn't get shit. We didn't get shit. Or rather, we got shit. But it's what happens. But we weren't involved in the decision making for that. And most people for years and years didn't know what was given up. They're like, wait, you said that New York was supposed to be the capital. What happened? Like, oh, don't worry. It was just, it just didn't work out that way. It was like, oh, okay. And we're just supposed to be like, oh, okay, I'll just accept it. You don't have to give me a real reason. Tons of shit like that goes on in politics. And it's crazy that we let them. It's absolutely insane. P Digits, how's it hanging, dude? What's up? Scott said, Trump gave us what we wanted. First president to do so in years, maybe before my lifetime. I agreed. Absolutely agreed. Promises made, promises kept. He has so much respect from me for him doing it. And I love watching it because he don't give a fuck. He's like, what? I'm up there in age. So, I mean, even if you decide to be an asshole to me the rest of my life, and it's not going to be that long, like I can deal with it. I've dealt with it for, almost 80 years. I could deal with it, in a decade or two. But he knows he's not going to do another term. He's like, I don't have to worry about you voting for me again. Like, I'm in and I can't go up for re-election again. So guess what? You can hate me all you want, but I'm going to fix this fucking country. I'm here for it all day, all night. I am here for it. The man does not like to be pushed around. He does not like to be talked down to. He does not like to be barked at, and he does not like to be ordered around. And I can't wait for Zelensky to find that out. Because for some reason, that little agate, We're gonna call him a maggot, even though you know that's not what it is. Um, he thinks he's powerful because he got Biden to jump through hoops, or he got the Democrats to jump through hoops. Then Trump is not the Dems. He's not the libs. He's not Biden. He's not Harris. He's not these celebrities. He don't give a fuck. He'll be like, listen here, little man. Okay? You just listen here. I wasn't supposed to touch the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, and I patted him on the shoulder like, hey, nobody touches him. I wasn't supposed to cross over into friggin' North Korea. Did that. Fuck it. Like, I wasn't supposed to go and, like shake hands with Putin. I, like basically bear hug the motherfucker. Like, he don't give a shit. He's like, I am a strong, confident man. What the fuck are you gonna do to me? Like, oh, you tried to assassinate me. Didn't work out for you, did it? Like, because you just made me more iconic. Every single time. He is like the sword of Gryffindor. Every single thing that it encounters makes it stronger. Every single thing. It absorbs the negativity and uses it to strengthen itself. That's Trump. I don't care who doesn't like him. You don't like him? Boo-hoo. Cry harder, bitch. I don't care. I put up with 4 years of mumbling and drunkenness and just like heroin, cocaine shenanigans among the kids and just degeneracy and like all this bullshit. Like, no, this is my time. I get to enjoy my president now. I voted for him and he's doing what I voted for him for. Fuck. Like, happy days are here again. I can't wait. I can't wait. Every day is a new blessed surprise. I go through my ex feed and I'm just like, yes, yes, yeah. And I swear to God, I never thought I'd see the day where things started turning around. I just didn't. I was so full of despair with where we were. And I don't know what I would have done if he would have lost the election. And I think most of the nation feels the same way. We needed that light. We needed somebody who was strong and who knew what they were doing, who knew what they wanted and said, no, this is, but he's not unreasonable. People want him to be unreasonable. They're like, don't talk to, he's like, no, see, you have to talk to people, even if you don't like them, even if you don't agree with them. The only way to settle things is to negotiate. And the only way to find out where they truly stand is to have the conversation. He understands that. He fully understands that. And he's like, they don't like me. I don't give a fuck. Invite them over for coffee. Well, we'll sit down and I'll show them how great my White House is and how hot my wife is. And then I'll just take everything they have and they won't even realize it because they'll still be like, scratching their watch and winding their butt. Like, he's a powerhouse. That's what we needed. That's what I voted for. I didn't vote for some kitten to come in and go, oh, you guys are spending in weird places. I just wanted to no, I wanted somebody to go in with a fucking bulldozer and just wreck shit and rebuild. That's what I voted for. And that's what I'm getting. Now, are some people going to be upset? Yep. Do I give a fuck? No, not one. I have 0 fucks to give. I have 0 fucks to give. Since he's been elected, I haven't had to add salt to any of my fucking food at all because there's just salt in the air because they just cry nonstop. Just keep crying. And go ahead, keep crying. It's all right. I'll take a water pill. We'll be fine. Suzanne. Hello, my favorite Kanuki. Hello, my Kanuki. Let's see. Y'all are like, oh, you're just talking to each other. Look, I'm all caught up and I'm talking. I feel so accomplished today. Fuck a duck, man. Not literally, because I have 2 ducks and they'll both hurt you. They're biters. All right. So next would be their cognitive development. So young children have a less developed capacity for critical thinking. And as they grow up, if they're not encouraged to question and analyze information critically, they might not develop strong habits of skepticism or fact checking in their adulthood. They This can persist into adulthood until it's consciously addressed. So until you say, hey, but once they're adults, if they just accept that everything around them is, fine and it's true and I can do anything and I'm a, Tinkerbell or whatever, like it's very hard to change their mind once they've grown into it. You have to start young introducing reality. Reality is scary, yes, when you have it build up and you have to face it all at once. But when you wade into reality, like from when you're little, and you just know that you have to deal with things as they are and it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're not going to just melt down and like the world is not coming to an end because you are facing the truth of the matter. If you do that from when you're a kid, you're going to go into adulthood strong as fuck. You could deal with anything. You'll be your own powerhouse. Like, but if you take them and you coddle them, and I'm guilty of it, if you coddle them and everything, when they reach adulthood and you're not there, God forbid something happens to you. If you're not there to do everything for them, they're not going to make it. And if they do, they're going to suffer before they get there because they're not going to have any way of dealing with this. It's like taking somebody and throwing them in an ice bath. After they were like, poolside in the sun, whatever, and they're like overheated, you throw them in an ice bath. That's a bad fucking reaction. Their skin is going to get all mottled. Their blood is going to, do weird things. You can't do that. But if they wade in and they're just used to it, little by little, you build up the resilience. You build up the critical thinking. You build up the questioning. You build up their ability to think things through. You don't expect it to just, oh, it's done. You're all baked. No, it takes a while. If you make cookies, you don't just throw everything in, at once, throw it in a bowl, throw it in the oven, and, Bob's your uncle, it's done. It doesn't work that way. You're going to have like a disgusting heap and it's not going to be hot, cold, whatever. It's just going to be crap and you're going to get sick and it's not going to be good for anybody. But you do it the right way. You start with these ingredients and then you slowly like mix this stuff in. You gently like work it through the dough. You make it into a nice dough. You add all the little things that you want to taste in that cookie. Like, you could add some, nuts here. You could add maple here, whatever flavoring you want. And then you work it until it's got the consistency that's going to produce something better. But it's a process. The same way we are with the kids. It's got to be a process. If you start them from the beginning and that's what they know, then that's what they're not going to push back against that. They're not going to think it's overwhelming when they're older because they'll already have been conditioned to think that way, to deal with that level of stuff. Emotional and psychological impact is pretty much the same for me for that. This says the emotional bonds formed with parents can make children more accepting of their explanations, even if they're untrue. So if these lies are never revealed or discussed, the child might not learn the importance of truth in relationships. So it's going to affect their adult interactions and the adult dynamics with partners and friends and whatever. They'll just think that it's okay for somebody to lie to them and they'll think it's okay to lie to somebody else. And that it's okay. Oh, you just get over it. It's just, yeah, I lied, but it was just a little white lie. No. And it's not usually the little lies. Like if you're lied to as a kid all the time and you never push back, you just learn to accept other people's lies and just go, well, you know what? If I didn't talk to people who lied to me, I wouldn't talk to anybody. Everybody lies. You assume everybody lies. And then when people are honest with you, you don't believe them because you figure that's the lie. You're being honest. You're after something. Everybody who's honest with you has a hook. How fucked up is the world when we are more likely to prejudge somebody who's honest than somebody who lies. Because when somebody's honest with you, you wonder where the catch is. When is the other shoe going to drop? When are you going to reveal what you really are? Because you can't imagine this person is honestly this person. You're like, nah. I know you're being honest now, but it's just a gimmick, right? It's a smoke screen. You're just setting me up for, so that I can lower my guard. Okay. That's where we go with that. You think there's any gold at Fort Knox? Suzanne said. They did a special on this like years ago. And they don't count the gold. They weigh the gold because every gold bar weighs a certain amount. And each one of those vaults, I believe, is weighted, if I remember the documentary correctly. So they know how much is in each one of those little vaults because it's not just like one big room. It's little, little sections. And there was nowhere near the amount of gold in that place, even then, for the documentary that was supposed to be there. And they were like, oh, no, that's a clerical error. That's not right. Like they just brushed it off. But I remember watching that and I was just like, wait a minute, where'd the gold go? This is like, where'd all the gold go that was supposedly in the treasury underneath the World Trade Center when it went down? Where'd it go? They couldn't find bodies, but I'm pretty sure they retrieved that gold. Sometimes you have to read between the lies, but that's what we do. We do that all the time, P. Didge, and we read between the lies. We're always just like, but you shouldn't have to. You should be able to trust somebody to tell you the truth. You should have people in your life that tell you the truth, and you should be one of those people. But when you lie to like kids, you make lies acceptable. We shouldn't have to read between lines. You shouldn't have to like decipher, oh, all right, so I think he's like half full of bullshit. Like having a conversation with somebody while you're mentally putting puzzle pieces together, trying to figure out if they're bullshitting you or not, that's exhausting. It takes up way too much time, way too much energy. And I mean, in a perfect world, it wouldn't be like that. But in this world, it's the norm. And I want that to change. Suzanne said, I'm saying, nope, no gold. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure there's no gold. Well, there's going to be gold. I just don't think there's going to be a lot. Scott said, I have no idea other than our government would make an absolute worst decision on Fort Knox gold. Yeah, they probably would. They probably would. Oh, yeah, you didn't see that? He said he was going to vote yes. So Ellie said, holy shit, McConnell voted yes for Patel. Hell must be freezing over. Oh, yeah, absolutely. He said he was going to vote yes. I read that like at 3:00 this morning. And this morning I saw that he said he's not running for 2026, that he's going to retire. I mean, thank Christ. The man needs to retire like a year ago. He just stands up there and just spazzes out. It's like I've never seen so many people have strokes on camera as I have in the last year. Literally, they just stand there just like, and it's just like, wow, you're literally just stroking out in front of me and not in a pervy way. You're just like, I'm watching a glitch in your matrix. Like, what is going on? Why is this on TV? I mean, I'm here for it, but goddamn, you should be home with fuzzy slippers and a little lap dog and just, honey, get my coffee. Like reading the paper and fuck everything else. No, you're out here going, like just glitching like some freaking like Johnny Five with a freaking short circuit. Oh, and that's the name of the movie. That's funny. That was punny and I didn't even know it. I didn't plan that. Anyway, who's Johnny? She said, smiling her special way. Johnny, she said, you know I love you. I want to watch that movie now. I love Short Circuit. Number 5 is alive. Pete Didge said, I voted Kamala. Good for you. I don't begrudge anybody their vote. I think it was, deity, but, it is what it is. T-Rex said the gold has been used to pay for things like a freaking moonshot. I mean, whatever. I remember whispers as a kid about the true gold, just like all the riches stolen during World War II, found in the Vatican years later. I mean, that's why, like, my greatest wish in the world, like, if I could have like that whole genie moment, and they're like, you get one wish. I want to spend 1 year healthy, happy, and with no all my needs being met in the archives of the Vatican with free reign to just read or like look at anything. Like, I want to know all the secret. Just give me a year, nobody interrupt me, just send me my meals, have a shower and a toilet nearby. I don't need nothing else. Just that's it. Just let me roam through and let me explore. That is, oh my God, I have wanted that since I was little because I was just like, they're lying. They got a lot of secrets. Like, I want to know what's there. And I've always just, because I don't even care. Like, the government doesn't know half of the shit that the fucking Vatican knows, because everything, the Vatican was the government of Europe for like centuries. They ruled everything. It wasn't in name, but in practice, they ran everything. They owned all the kings, they owned all the queens, they set all the rules, they had all the money, they had all the power, and they had all the secrets. And they didn't stay in Europe. They would just send their armies, full fucking armies, out to go conquer nations and bring back everything. Just don't tell anybody. So it's like, I would love to see what's under the Vatican. Oh my God, that would be like my heart's desire. Just give me a year. That's it. I don't need to read everything, but I want access to everything just to satisfy my curiosity. I don't think it's much to ask. I would happily give up a year of my life to do that. Happily. I would not speak to another fucking soul, and I wouldn't need to, because curiosity killed the cat, and I am totally feline. Just remember, satisfaction brought him back. Ellie said you voted for the White House orphanage. Heidi said absolutely about the lies not being revealed and dealt with having an effect on in childhood into adulthood. Absolutely. Ellie said thank God about McConnell. Jesus, he's old as fuck. Old enough to apply for Social Security, retired. He was old enough to apply for Social Security 20 years ago. I mean, and I'm sure he collects Social Security, because you can collect Social Security and still keep working. In fact, they encourage you to do so. They're like, well, just take a reduced benefit and keep working. And then when you really retire, your benefits are double. And it's like, really? Like, they tell you to do that. Why do you think my mother didn't retire till she was 80? And trust me, if we still lived there and they let her continue to work from home, because she was a workhorse, she would still be doing it. And she worked from 8:30 in the morning till 5 o'clock. She barely took a lunch break. Like, she's that kind of retard. So am I. But when we have a job, we're very dedicated to that job. We won't cheat them. Like, I've always gone above and beyond for my jobs. My mother's the same way. My grandmother was the same way. My grandfather was. We have a very, very strong, too strong, I think, work ethic in my family. It's extremely, extremely important that we work really, really hard. That's why, like, being stuck here in this house, I couldn't do it. Being stuck in my apartment, and just sit there. They were like, just, get better, relax. I can't not be productive in some way. That's why this was never about making money. This was about having an impact in life, about putting in the work, about being there for people in ways that I couldn't be there in person anymore. Yeah. It was my purpose in life. I have to have a mission. I have to have a goal, and it can't be about me all the time. It has to be about other people. It has to be something that I have to, put the energy in. I have to work in. I have to put an effort. I have to take a risk. I have to show up for. That's why this fulfilled something that I couldn't do anymore. Is it frustrating as fuck? Yeah, but so was my job. It didn't stop me from doing it. It didn't stop me from going above and beyond, and this won't either. If I don't always go above and beyond for me, but I do for other people on here. I show up for them every time. Do I expect it in return? No. I go out of my way for them all the time. Do I expect in return? No. Would it be nice? Yeah. But do I expect it? No. But I fulfill my need because I have to do something that has results. So I'm putting in the work, even if it's not for me. That's just how I grew up. I mean, I've been working since I could walk. Like literally, they trained me. Oh, look, you can count. Go to the store. Somebody will cross you in the street. That's fine. There was no worry that somebody's going to kidnap me at 5 years old. No, send her to the store. She's fine. It was a different time. I mean, they would never be able to do that shit now. They wouldn't even think to do it now. But then, oh yeah, go do this. As soon as I could read, my grandmother had me sitting at the kitchen, table doing the billing, the monthly billing with her. Now, look, honey bunch, this is how we do it. We do this. This goes to the customer. She trained me from the fucking get-go. So I've never known how to not work. Never. Some people are like, oh, I've been working for it. What would you do? Well, I did the little things here and there. They're like, but just part-time. You only do part-time work? Really? Like, I didn't even get paid for most of the overtime I did. So it's like, what the fuck? I worked it out with my boss. He was like, they're not going to want to pay you for all this overtime. I was like, I know. So guess what? I want paid vacation time, extra paid vacation time. I want a new printer. I want this. I want that. He's like, and he would jump to it. He'd be like, oh yeah, we could do that. Because he was getting so much more out of me than he thought he was giving me, but I was getting the things I needed. I was getting a laser printer that nobody else could use. That reduced my stress throughout the day so much because I didn't have to deal with nobody else. None of my reports were getting cut off by somebody else getting in the middle. And they were, plus it made them bitter because they're, why does she get a fucking printer? Well, you know what? You come here and do the profit loss until 2:00 every morning this week. Let's see you do it for free. Well, hell, I'm not doing that. Well, that's why I got the printer and you fucking don't. Shut up. But yeah, sometimes retirement, I know for my mother, she was scared because she thought that her mental abilities would deteriorate once she retired. Because that's how we viewed it. When you work, it keeps your brain sharp. It keeps your, abilities sharpened. You have a reason to get up every day. You have a routine to follow. When you don't have work to do, then you're just filling your day with fluff. And as I was told, well, you're just being lazy. If you retire, if you don't have that job, go get another one. Go get 2 more. Go get 3 more. There's shit you could do. Push yourself. It's like, okay. That's just how I grew up. Scott said painted lead has weight, yes, but it has a different volume, so weight and size would matter. Yeah, but they have all sorts of sensors there and everything else. And gold bars are very, very specific. Very specific. Each gold bar weighs a very specific amount. And if they deviate from that, then and you can't always get it right if you're trying to pull one over on somebody. Just like counterfeit. You have the best counterfeit bills in the world. They could look exactly alike to the naked eye. Something in them is different. Something is going to be different. There will be some distinguishing mark or an ingredient or something in the dye or whatever, that'll set it off, and somebody will eventually figure out how to tell the difference. Lady Awesome said, yeah, I watched the vote the other night to pass the confirmation. McConnell voted yes. Someone had to walk him to his seat because he had a boot on his foot. I don't know what happened. Yeah, he fell down the stairs at the Senate in the Capitol. He fell down the stairs. And this is the 3rd time this year he fell down the stairs. Yeah, see, Ellie said he fell down the stairs. Yeah, I'm like, next time he falls, I would just stand at the top going, it's slinky, it's slinky. Just let the motherfucker fall. I'm sorry. He's done so much damage. I'm at this point, I'm like, dude, you do not deserve to get helped on those stairs. Work it out yourself. You're making us work it out ourselves. You work it out yourself. I voted for Camilla not to be president. Ah, Pete Didge. Why? See, why you messing with my mind like that? I had a feeling, but I let you have your little lie. Heidi said I have short circuit. Song that with you. Sang that with you, sang that with you. Dang, I can't read today. I can't. I don't know what. Let me check the brightness on this damn thing. No, I got the brightness all the way up. I'm having a really hard time reading the lettering because in StreamYards, like the letters are the O and the A, they look exactly alike. Like it's really hard to differentiate between them, and I'm having a hard time. I'm very blurry today. Ellie, or the stairs fell down on him. Yeah, well, I wish a house would fall on him. Do 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 do. Oh my, elephant. Poor old man just needs to step down, leave, and go enjoy the rest of his life. That's right. The Vatican is not transparent. Oh hell no. The Vatican is the most secretive freaking entity on the planet. I think they are more secretive than any government anywhere. Well, they are a government, but yeah, their shit goes back millennia upon millennia. Like forget it. They have so much power, so much power. And Pope Francis, oh, Frankie's sick. That's a shame. They don't think he's gonna make it. I'm like, boo-hoo. Like, I need an old-fashioned pope to become pope. Like, I don't want any of this progressive bullshit. I need like a pre-Vatican II pope to come in and be like, no. Y'all you got away with this shit for way too long. I need to crack the whip. Like, we need morality. God damn it. Like, where's the morality in the world? Where'd it go? I mean, they're not the most moralistic people, but they're very good at telling us how to be moralistic. Full access to the lower level dungeon as well, T3. I mean, that's where they did like the Spanish Inquisition and like all that kind of stuff. That there's a torture chamber somewhere under the Vatican. There's no way there's not. There's no way. More like who's under the Vatican. Well, I know Hoffa's not there. He didn't go there. He never would have left the United States, even to go to Italy. And he's not under Giant Stadium either. Ellie Fun. P. Didge said, I'm a South Carolinian. Lived through Senator Strom Thurmond wetting his pants era. Stop it. Stop. Did you really? I learned about him. Elephant. So far, the votes are 50-48 for Patel. He just needs 51. That's all he needs is 51. He's got to get 51 to be confirmed. So we have the Republicans for it. I don't know if they all showed up to vote. Scott, you became a new member. Oh, thank you so much, honey. I appreciate that. Oh, Scott's a new member. Let's see. What shall we play for him? Here we go. We'll do a little dance. I love that dance. I really do. Wait, let's do T-Rex. Thank you once again for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. You are now an innocent bystander. Because that's what people are when they become members of my channel. They're innocent bystanders. 51-48, that means he got it. All he needed was the 51. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Scott said I wasn't paying attention. I should have noticed that I wasn't a member soon. Nah, honey, I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Everybody, they come over when it's their time. But thank you very much. Thank you. See, I told you awkward. I'm not. I'm so awkward. That's so close. Thank you for the updates. Yeah, T3, you always come through for everybody. It's not, I mean, I don't want to let people down. I really don't. I don't like disappointing people. 5149, cash is in. Pete's, what's up? See, I told you. I was reading it last night that he had to have 51. He got it. That's awesome. Lock them all up. Let's go. Let's go. I want him to just shred it. Just get in there and be like, hey guys, remember when you all fuck with me and called me all those names? Payback's a bitch. Because they deserve it. It's not like he's doing it to be petty. It's not like he's doing it for revenge. He just wants them to do what the fuck they were supposed to do. And the ones who didn't, you have to pay the price. There are consequences for every action. Every action has a consequence. All these people escaped their consequences for decades. Well, time to pay the fiddler. Like, let's go. You like how I threw a little dolly in there? It's fine. Looks like Collins and maybe Murkowski broke. Oh, okay. How you doing, Peeps? We miss you around here. You better start coming around more. Kick your ass. Yay. He said hi to everybody. Did you catch who the other rep no vote was? So how many did they have sit this one out? That's what I was worried about. I wasn't worried about the vote count itself, like us not having the majority. What I was worried about was, these spineless sons of bitches sitting it out. Because I don't know how many are allowed to sit out. And they all just went to freaking Europe and now they're coming back. So like that was what I was worried about. Who would just not vote? Who chose to abstain? And because that they all have like their little diabolical ways of doing things. That was what was worrying me. But I feel so much better. Yay! He got in. Ellie said retirement should be the phase in your life where you're satisfied and content with your life and in a place where you want to give back and mentor younger generations. It shouldn't be shameful. Exactly. And it should be, you know what? If you worked your whole life and you want to spend your entire retirement like fishing, you earn that. Did you provide for your family? Good. Did you, were you there for your kids? Great. Were you there for your wife? Great. Did you show up to work? Great. Did you do your best? Great. You worked all this time. You want to go fishing for the next year? Bye. Here's mealy worms. Here's whatever you want. You want night crawlers, whatever fuck. Here's some cheese. Go catch some catfish, whatever. Want to go crabbing? I'll give you some chicken backs. Go ahead. Do you, boo. Enjoy. You want to sit on the porch and just get off my lawn. Do that. Fuck it. You earned it. You paid for that lawn. You don't want no young whippersnappers. You don't want them on your lawn. Yell at them. Tell them to get off. You want to sit there and, raise chickens or cows or whatever the fuck. As long as you got the energy and I ain't got to pick up your end of this, fucking bargain. Go ahead. Go do it. Go do it. Go whole hog. No pun intended. But, do it. I know Suzanne Collins of Maine voted no. Figures. I assume it was Murkowski of Alaska since she's spineless, but I missed her vote. Maine has some issues. I think Maine is like the child you forget you had because it's so far up there. Even us in the Northeast, we're like, oh yeah, that's right. Maine is part of the Northeast. Fuck, we forgot about them because we never include them in anything. It's like them and Vermont and New Hampshire and Rhode Island. We're like you're tiny and you're practically Canadian. Just stay up there. It's fine. Lost my breath for a minute. And I don't have my asthma pump. Anyway. Agreed 100%. Ellie, that's from Heidi. Ellie said no, but Joe was watching it and I was listening to Shelly and it was on his stream. Oh, all right. There you go. Howdy, Scott. Doo-doo-doo-doo. I had the Fox feed up until the vote ended. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. That's real. That's the end of the nail biter ones, right? I mean, everybody's confirmed. Oh, does that mean he's gonna do the confirmation in the Oval Office tonight? Because I would love to see that. I wanna hear Cash's acceptance speech. That's what I want. Because Tulsi's was fire. RFK Jr.'s was fire. And I can't wait. I can't wait. I think it's gonna be epic. Or he might just, be like, oh yeah, well, you're expecting me to be all like, you motherfucker. I'm just gonna go in and say thank you, and I owe it all to you, Mr. President. I'm with you. Like he might just say that, which would make me happy, but not happy enough. Where I'm like, yes, tell them. I want him to basically look in the damn camera and be like, I'm coming for you. Like that's it. Just leave it there. Just let them just shit themselves collectively. It'd be great. It'd be great. They put that man through hell with the death threats and threatening his family and calling him all sorts of names and everything else. Like, dude, this is retribution time. They thought you were guilty of all these things and projection at its finest. Go ahead, go get him. Go get him. Take that dog off the leash and get him, boy. There you go. Oh, I'm here for it. I'm so here for it. McConnell said today that he won't be seeking re-election. Yep. I said that earlier. Yeah, I'm so happy because, he's just, his batteries are dead, man. He's that robot on its last legs that just keeps like glitching to the side, like, repeat, it's just stuck. Lady said, well, where's the real Pope? Did he die? Because they just made him step down and got another one when Pope is there till death. Yeah, that you're talking about Pope Benedict, right? He was the only one that abdicated, but he told them, and it took I think 2 or 3 years for him to actually not for him to say it, but for the truth to come out, where he said he was getting dementia, he was getting so much older, he wasn't capable of being the Pope anymore. And he didn't feel like it was good for the people to watch him decline. He didn't want to sit there and become this bumbling fool who nobody sees and nobody's taking care of. And, now there's no leader for the Catholic faith. And so he stepped down. But I think he's only one of maybe 2 or 3 popes that ever did that. And I think those were old, wartime, medieval popes. They quote unquote stepped down, but they were made to step down. And those were usually, I think that was around the time of the Medicis, if I recall my Vatican history correctly. I'm always learning about the Vatican and the Catholic Church and everything. I watch so many documentaries on it, and I've read so many online books about it and stuff like that. But there's so much to uncover, and there's so many strings that intertwine, and there's lies, interspersed and interwoven into all that. It really takes a really long time to learn the history of just the whole Catholic religion and the existence of the Vatican, because so much of it is bullshit, because they're selling this fantasy. They're selling this, this storybook kind of thing of, well, the Vatican has all these powers. No, Jesus didn't give you those powers. God did not have this intended. He did not want you to live in a sanctuary city, barricaded against the people that are your flock, surrounded by the most expensive fucking marble, gold, and jewels on earth. That was not God's intention. Pretty sure. And I know that Jesus was not about hey, God, every once in a while come out and preach, but make sure you surround yourself in nothing but luxury and you look like a freaking, a drag queen every goddamn day of your life wearing a goddamn dress and a stupid hat. He didn't do that. Dude wore a friggin' burlap sack and sandals and roamed the desert, and the hot countryside preaching to people out of the goodness of his heart, out of love and out of faith. That is so far removed from where the Catholic faith went. So fucking radically different. Like, they love the pomp and circumstance and everything else, and they love the pageantry and just the factory of it and whatever. Like, it just ooh. I am a Catholic through and through because I was born into it, and that's the kind of infection you can't get rid of. No matter how many like pills you take for it, no matter how many therapies, it lingers in your system for life. And I love it, but I hate it. But you hear how I get about education. I'm so much worse when it comes to Catholicism, because at least with education, I understand how it got that way. There's so much bullshit with the Vatican that I'm still not at the friggin' like at the base of that horrible well. Like, I haven't hit the rock bottom of that and gotten to like where it started, because there's just too many stories and too much of it is bullshit. Like, the Catholic Church is built on lore. They did away with the truth a long fucking time ago. That shit is buried and the earth has been salted over and it's gone. See, lady, what you did to me. Oh my God, now I got a headache. The Vatican does give me a headache. Ellie said there should always be a mental division for anybody who worships. The people make up the religion, but are not the religion or the message. God, Christ, etc. are. Yes, you should not worship the Pope. And I don't. I'm very skeptical of all clergy, because they're human. And usually they're not good humans. That they're really not. I mean, you think about what isolation does to people who are, they're separate for like a year, what it did to us. Imagine these people. They locked themselves away and study and whatever in backwater places for decades. You think it doesn't warp them mentally, ethically, morally? Like, it does. And they're like, I have faith in God. Yes, but at the moment, I don't think God has much faith in you. Like, he's looking at you going, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, smarten up, comp. My accent is thick today, and I don't know why. I think because I'm just, I'm just feeling my emotions today. But McConnell is worse than Biden was almost. He's standing there talking. It's like someone just flipped the switch and turned off his brain. Yeah. When he's like, yes, and well, I'm like, somebody hit the record player, please. The needle stuck. Like, he's just, you want to like tape a quarter to his head and hope that he like, continues with the fucking song. Pope Benedict. Yeah, that was his name. Yeah. I'm pretty good with my popes. Pope John Paul was my favorite. He was. Why did he step aside? Did he get threatened? Mitch, probably he knows he's got a shelf life and they're going to have to set up whoever's going to take over. And he's going to want a heads up about that. Now he's got a whole year to plan who he can put in his spot. And when I say he, I mean the people that pull his strings. Peter just said, I was young when Strom was here. Not here, but yeah, I was old enough to shake my head. No, we had a shadow senator for that time. Yeah. I mean, we've had shadow presidents. We had president that was dead for like how many fucking days, and his wife was running shit, and nobody knew. And it was like, oh. And then you had like Abigail Adams. She made all his decisions when he became infirm. Nobody knew. And she was just like, no, you can't say. Like, they couldn't even get in to see the president. And she was like, no. She made all the decisions. That's not legal. Like, you're not who we voted for, bitch. I don't care that you're his advisor and he liked what you had to say. I don't care. I don't want you. I voted for him. And if I didn't vote for him, somebody else didn't put him in charge. You are still not in charge. You are not president by proxy. Oh, that drives me insane. It's a renewal. I just didn't notice I wasn't a member. Aw. Okay, cool. Very cool. Again, thank you. I appreciate it. Awkward. I am always awkward. I just use my humor to play it off like I'm not awkward. They just said for health reasons he was stepping down and we never saw him again. Mm-hmm. Yep. Pay what you owe, Gary. Where's the money, Gary? You better pay what you owe. Where's the money, Gary? May you never have a day of luck with it. Reap what you sow. I got to go. Thanks, Shelly. Thank you for coming by, Scott. I appreciate that. Have a wonderful day. Patella's in. Uh-oh. Yep. How far behind am I? I'm only 15 minutes behind. Look at that. I thought the papalship was for life once they got in. Generally speaking, yes, he's one of the few that ever stepped down. And it caused a huge thing because nobody saw it coming. I literally remember I had my minivan and I was in front of Mr. L's hairstylist. And it was like 2 blocks from my house. I was taking Katie for a haircut. And I had just gotten her like unbuckled. And I still had the radio on. And they said, breaking news. And I was like, oh, God, here we go. And they're like, Pope Benedict has stepped down. I was like, wait, what happened? I was like, what? I was like, no, that doesn't happen. Did he die? Oh my God, did he die? And they're like, no, he's in fine health, but he stepped down and whatever because of age. And I was like, wait, are they allowed to do that? That's why, again, Hamilton, when I watched Hamilton, King George, that song, he was like, George Washington is stepping away. I wasn't aware that was something a person could do. Like, because he didn't know you could just give up power. He was like, oh, wait, I don't have to do this? Oh, I'm king, so I have to. All right, so I have to do this. But can I ever quote? I can abdicate. Okay. Why would I want to? Like, why is Washington not going to be president? They're just going to keep switching people out. Why? Oh, okay. Like he didn't understand it. He didn't get it. And that's funny to me because a lot of them are like, no, it's for life. No, it's really not. Doesn't have to be. It's just very few people who have that level of power are ever going to give it up voluntarily. Anyway, he stepped down in like 2013, but didn't die till like 2022. Yeah, was it 2013? No, I thought it was like 2006. Wait, let me look. Steps down. Yeah, you're right. The first pope in 600 years to resign from office. And he said that the modern world was changing so quickly and profoundly, someone of his age and era was no longer suited to the papacy. He was 85. I mean, he was old. He was old. But yeah, it totally blew me away. Because I was like, wait, he could do that? I really didn't know that a pope could do that. Because it hadn't been done in more than half a millennia. I mean, look at it. 600 years? That's a long fucking time. But yeah, that would bring it back to like the Middle Ages, like medieval times. So that tracks. Yes, it was till that point. I'll get the records when they're posted. Awesome. I hope you're doing well, Pete. I miss you. Pete just said from central Maine to the southern border, it's really liberal. Above Bangor to the Canadian border is conservative. Oh, awesome. The only reason I know about Bangor, Maine is because it was in songs. It was on the King of the Road? King of the Road. You have a good day, Scott. Murkowski is a piece of shit cuck that needs to retire. Nice. Or just step down. Nearly that whole family has been nothing but career politicians bought out. There you go. Until we hear about the BATFE, Dettelbach left before inauguration. Currently, there's no director or appointee that I'm aware of. I don't know what any of that is. Relias? Hi, Robert. How are you? I'm just gonna call you Robert because I ain't trying to. I'll call you Rolla. Rolla. Hey, y'all. This is funny. This stream came up in my feed, but I didn't recognize why I was subbed. But now I see the host alias, so now I know. Yeah, it's me, T3. Welcome, welcome. Jacob Pete said, but yes, that's the end of the high profile appointees. Cool. Got to turn the FBI headquarters into a museum of the deep state. Pope Biden. Yeah, right? I swear we could have convinced him he was Pope. Maybe he would have gone to Italy and just freaking went in the catacombs, got lost, just wandered around for like a day and then just went the way of the dodo. What about the law? Oh, stop. T-Rex, did you have to bring up Daddy? We're not going there. That's a nice story about why they shoved him out of the Pope before he died. He lived for a while after stepping down. Yeah, he didn't live that long though, like a couple of years. But I mean, he was 85. You figure I'll be happy to get to 55 and then I'll be like, oh, let's get to 65. Oh, let's get to 75. 85 is a bit of a lofty ambition for me. Like, I think for anybody, because this world is weird. They're always trying to kill us one way or another. Kill us with the water, the food, the medicine, the air, the war, and, starve you to death, take your money away. It's like, God, can I live? That's what's in the Constitution. My right to live. Why are you all trying to kill me all the time? Putting all that shit in the food and whatever, that should be unconstitutional. It should be. Technically, I mean, if you want to go semantically, it is. Because we have rights to, to live. We have all of that, and they're just intentionally trying to kill us and trying to take away our freedoms through our health. If they could damage your health, then you're limited. And now they have control. They have a way to limit you, and that to me is the most egregious thing they could do. It really is. Because it's not a blatant use of force or a blatant push for power. It's underhanded and it's sneaky, and you can't prepare for it because you can't see it coming. And once you recognize it, it's too late. And if it's not too late, it's going to be a monumental task to undo it. So for me, that's one of the worst things that they've ever done to us is the underhanded stuff. The food and the water and the meds. To just sneak that in there, to just give us that drop of poison a day until we're loaded up in poison and we don't realize it because it's all we've ever known. Well, I don't know what water without the crap in it tastes like because we never had it. I have to go out of my way to try to get cleaner water. It's ridiculous. That should be a given. All these things should be things that are just accepted truths 100% all the time, but they're not. They're not. They're manufactured deceptions used to weaken us and bring us more and more under their control. That's what this whole stream is about. It's about the little deviations that are made throughout your life, starting when you're born, when you're a kid. It's the little acceptances of, oh, well, this is how it's always been. Okay, but that doesn't mean it's right, and it doesn't mean it's good for you. And it just means that, yeah, you're accepting that this is the way life is. How about you deal with the way life is and change it? You don't have to accept that somebody's trying to kill you on a daily fucking basis. That's not what your life is about. You're worth more than that. But we weren't fighting. Now we are. Now we got pushed to the point where we're like, hey, no, this is too big now. Like, And the only reason that we're doing that is because we have somebody, many somebodies now, thank God, that we can believe in, who understand what's being done to us because it's been done to them in some way. They have felt the effects of it. They have had to suffer the consequences in one way, or another. Maybe not to the extent that we do, but they get it. They know they're not untouchable. They've been damaged. They've been abused. And now they're standing in front of us going, no more. Nope. They're not going to take it, and I'm not going to take it. And we're not going to take this shit from you anymore. Enough is enough. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it all day and all night, like I said. It's a nice story about why they yeah, it's a nice that's a nice story about why they shoved him out of the Pope before he died. He lived for a while after. Yeah, I know I read that, but it was funnier the second time. You're like, that was a nice story. Like, that was a bunch of bullshit, but that was a nice story. Well, so much of the Vatican's history is intertwined with the Holy Roman Empire, so messy is one way to describe it. Yeah, I know. But I mean, the Holy Roman Empire, the things that the Vatican has done from the very freaking beginning, and the things that the Romans did to them. I mean, people are like, oh, it's in Rome. It's always been Rome. No, it's been all over the place. The Vatican relocated so many times, especially during wartime. They were taken over by like the Spanish. They were taken over by the French. They were, they were sequestered away. They were, quote unquote, protected. It was like, oh, I'll protect you. I'm going to put your nuts in a vice and you're going to sign whatever decrees I need. I'm going to get all these papal dispensations. But I'll protect you. You'll stay alive. Be happy. You'll stay alive. And then they become allies. And it's like, oh, God. The politics of the Vatican are the dirtiest, I think, on the planet. I firmly believe that. Like, the things that they do or have done are just, you wouldn't even believe it if I told you. There's so much just murder and incest and just like so much evil and satanic crap and just, oh God. And then no, not us. Okay. I'm out, Mitch. I don't come here for Nick. Okay. That's your choice. I don't know where that came from, but okay. Anyway. Heidi and Wolf, all my friends from other channels. I drove Uber for a short while, and one of my riders was a local Catholic radio call-in personality. Uh-oh. How'd that go? How'd that go? Pete did it say, why do I need a pope to speak with my Lord? He made me, did it? And that's my thing. Like, he's only there as a figurehead. He's not even like, I could see if we had like the popes of old or whatever, because you needed like this person that you could go to for spiritual guidance. They'd set the rules, whatever. Like, you needed something that you could hold up and go, this is, the Lord's word on earth, right? This is someone who has the highest connection to God. Like, it doesn't get closer. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that one man has a closer connection to God than I do. I think my connection to God depends on, again, the relationship that I choose to have with him. If I put the work in and I put the effort in, however much I put into that relationship, that's how deep that relationship is going to go. I could ignore it the rest of my life. I could dedicate every second to it. I could find the happy medium where God's like, yeah, live your life, but love me. Always love me. Just remember that. Like, I am your father. You will respect me. You will honor me. You will love me, and you will praise me. And I will always love you. No, it doesn't matter if you're good. Doesn't matter if you're bad. I will love you regardless. And eventually your ass is going to come home to me and we'll settle this. Like, you might have to have a timeout. But my relationship with God doesn't, how do I say this? I don't think that putting on a white hat and having a bunch of men stand around and do the sign of the cross and throw salty water at you makes you any more eligible to be close to God than me. Because your soul is no different than mine. We all started out with God's spark. Our souls are his. They belong to him no matter what we do to them. They're his. They belong to him. He can do whatever he wants with them. And I don't see what makes you so special, because God did not pick you. Mortal men picked you. And sometimes it takes them months to pick you, which meant you were not their first fucking choice. So there might have been better men out there, but somehow you won. That was the luck of the goddamn draw. But yeah, no, I don't believe any mortal man can dictate to me my relationship with God. I don't. Do you have a lot of information that I want to hear? Do you maybe have some inspirational stories or quotes or whatever? Yeah, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to be inspired. I'm here to learn. But I'm not here to be told, oh, well, you can't be close to God unless you do this. No. You don't get to make that rule. You don't get to make that judgment. My relationship with God is my relationship with God. And I enjoy my relationship with God every day, every moment of every day. More so in the last 5 to 10 years than I have since I was a kid. Since I had just that blind faith that he was there. But everybody goes through a rebellious period. I didn't rebel so much against my parents or my grandparents. I rebelled against God. Because in my head, the only person who could really hurt me more than I'd been hurt by people was God. And you're letting this happen. So yeah, I was very resentful as a teenager. Like, me and God were not cool for a while. And then one day I don't know why I did the sign of the cross, and I was walking past the church, and I said, let me go in for like a half a second, just, do the sign of the cross, say a quick prayer, because, like, life is shit. And I went in and I broke down. I literally did the sign of the cross, and I knelt to say a prayer, and I didn't even get to say Our Father, and I was just in tears. I just broke down, and I felt like it was so overwhelming, and I was so sorry, and I was so lost and hurt, and I just kept saying, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Don't leave me. Like, stay with me, please be with me. Like, and it's still to this day, like, nothing can move me like having a conversation with God, or talking about God, or listening to music about God or Jesus or whatever. I know a lot of people have very close relationships with Jesus. They use Jesus's name. I never did that. I mean, I'll do it once in a while, but that's not. I don't know. I never went in that direction. I always went straight to God. Straight to the, like, the source. I know they're all the same, but there's always going to be like some little differentiation in my head. Like, you have two parents, but you prefer one over the other. Like, you're just more comfortable with one. And talking directly just to God, addressing him as God, it does something to settle my mind and to make me calm. That talking to, Saint Michael and Jesus, the Holy Spirit, the Holy Mother Mary, like the Holy Virgin Mary, like, none of that. Yes, they calm me and they feed my soul, but not the way just talking to God. So it's just like, he's my bestie, like, and I love that people are just purely, I just talk to Jesus. Okay. But for me, in my mind, like, God is the same, but separate. He's a different branch of the same tree. but he's the branch that I trust the most. Like, he's the most sturdy for me. He's the one that's most comfortable for me. So I say nobody can tell you who to pray to. Like, whoever you pray to, whoever speaks directly to your soul and you have that connection with, then you go with that, because that's the hardest connection to recognize. I think it's always there, but it's the hardest to recognize. It is, because it's so, like, it's intangible. Like, you can't touch it, you can't hug it, you can't whatever. So it's really hard to establish when life gets, so overwhelming. Shelley, is it true they believe the Pope can't make any mistakes in religion, doctrine, or ruling? No, not really. I mean, they know that the Pope is fallible. That's why the Pope doesn't do anything on his own. He always has a freaking committee. If you go into like all the Vatican, like the way that they do the protocols and everything else, he's the figurehead, he's the mouthpiece, but he's not making any decisions on his own. He might have like final say or like, veto power or whatever. But no, everything is done by committees and like teams of cardinals and bishops and archbishops. Like, there's things that everybody's responsible for something, and they know he's going to make mistakes. But what they do is they don't call it out in public. They deal with everything internally. There's nothing that the Vatican or the Catholic Church goes outside of the Catholic faith to handle. They settle everything in-house. That's why, like, I grew up in an Italian Catholic house. And our main rule was what goes on in my house stays in my house, because you don't trust outsiders. Obviously, I deviated from that quite a bit, but that's how I grew up. And my core belief is to revert and default to that. And the Vatican does that. The Vatican, the Catholic Church, they've always done that. Like, yes, oh yes, we're all Christians, but they're not Catholics, so don't trust them. Like, that's the whole thing. But they fuck up, and it's just, we just keep everything in-house. We don't like to air our dirty laundry to anybody. And that's just the way it's always been. And that's how they gain their power, because they have all the secrets. They're the only ones who know what moves they're making. It makes them very, very powerful. I said I'm loving the accent. I know, but my fucking Jersey is so thick today. So thick. It's like, get out of here. Like, I mean, I literally sound like I'm from fucking Brooklyn. Half of the people here, what's a record player? What do you mean? He got one needle stuck. He got a jib jab? No, I mean, like, put the needle on the record. 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 Put the needle on the record till the drum beat goes like this. I know I got that chant wrong, but I can't hit those notes. I'm not a tribal queen, just a queen. Pope Benedict resigned in 2013. He was the first pope to resign since Pope Celestine V in 1294. Nice. I find it super sus. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's he was too old-fashioned, I think, and they wanted somebody who was going to go with the liberalism that they saw coming on the horizon. And so they picked this man. I'm trying not to get struck by lightning, but whatever. But yeah, no, they wanted somebody who was going to go with the New World Order, with the globalists, because that's what they thought the future entailed. They were not banking on everybody backing Trump. And then the rest of the world going, oh, you mean we don't have to eat bugs? Oh, I want him. I don't want to eat the bugs. I want to own shit and be happy. I don't want to own nothing and be happy. I want to own shit, be happy, and not eat bugs. Awesome. I can eat a cow again. Awesome. Let's go. Get rid of my fucking EV, whatever. Like, just where's the where's my Hemi? Like, bring me a like, people like their luxuries. Nobody wanted to go along with this globalist bullshit with 15-minute cities and you're just going to give up everything in this Marxist, socialist, communist world they were cooking up. But they thought it was going to happen. So they needed a pope that could play ball. Get rid of the old-fashioned one and bring in this man. I'm really trying. Like, my filter is working overtime today because there's been a couple things in chat I wanted to fucking say and let loose, and I haven't. So we shall see. But I'm doing my best to not call him names because he is a man of the cloth and I was taught to respect, but it doesn't mean I was taught to lie for him. But yeah, it is super sus. And I mean, that's why they did it. Why can't Catholic clergy marry? Because then their loyalties are divided. Catholic priests don't marry because they need to be with each other. They need to only be dedicated to the church. They need to look a certain way, like they're above, the wantings of man. They're above desire. And if you have a family, that's leverage against you. If you have a family, you have to pay them attention. They need complete dedication. That's why they sequester priests away to like far off fucking lands. When they have too much family nearby, they're like, oh yeah, there's a church right next door that needs priests, but guess what? I'm gonna send you to Zimbabwe. Like, okay, sure, why not? Why? Because you need to learn, to be on your own. You need the Catholic Church is very, very big on trials. You need the trial in your life. You need the suffering to bring you closer to God. Like, that's who the Catholic Church is. They're the ones that like beat yourself on the back with like, cat o' nine tails so that you could feel closer to God. Meanwhile, God's like, what the fuck? Like, what? I didn't tell you to do that. Like, I never said that. Like, stop doing that. Like, I built that body. Why are you beating it up? It's so contradictory. Like, so stupid. So stupid. I believe Christ was perfect and abided by the commandments, and the commandments to marry, multiply, and replenish the earth was never canceled. They aren't excluded. No, and that was the thing. The Bible does say, go forth, be fruitful, and multiply. That was the whole goddamn point. Spread the spark of God, spread the love, spread the light, create entire civilizations dedicated to a certain way of behaving and believing. And but somewhere along the line the Catholic Church said no, I need their attention, because the Catholic Church is a whore. Like, she's a very greedy, like, jealous girlfriend, and no, it's got to be all about me, nothing else. So that's what they did. Because you can't have your devotion divided, because then you're cheating them out of something. They want to own you. And they do. They own the clergy. I was taught because they're married to God. Yeah, that's a convenient excuse that they slap on that. It's all right. I'm married to God. Yeah, you don't have to be. God didn't ask you for that. God asked you to spread his word, to show love to men, and to be generous and forgiving, and to bring people into the fold. He didn't say nothing about, oh, you have to be celibate your whole goddamn life. No, he never said that. He never said that. And are there to keep the church run. That church, let me tell you something, the Catholic Church runs all by itself. Every single one of them. There's so many things in place and so much money in the works. It will always run all on its own. None of these men who think they have power have any real power, because the Catholic religion, it's an entity unto itself. Catholics are a different breed. They really are. Like, we are raised so guilt-ridden. Like, you have to be almost fanatical in your devotion to the religion, not to God, to the religion. You have to show up at a certain time. You have to give a certain amount. You have to like do all the little ritualistic things that they want you to do. And if they decide to change it, you just got to go with it. They're not going to tell you why they changed it. They're not going to tell you, what's going to happen. You just have to obey. Just obey. That's all you got to do. Again, goes right back to childhood. Obey and God will love you. Do you know how many times priests told me, God doesn't like bad children? That's some bullshit. God loves you regardless. God gives unconditional love, unconditional acceptance, unconditional forgiveness when you are penitent. There is no bad child. There's a child that was raised badly. There are children who are, sick or have illnesses, yes, that can alter their behavior. But there's not a bad soul in a child. And for priests to turn around and say God doesn't like bad children, God won't love you if you're bad. If you you want to be closer to God, you should obey everything. Like, that's not teaching them that God is merciful and God is compassionate. That's teaching them, do what I say or I'm going to turn my back on you. That teaches them that God is fickle. And God's not fickle in any way, shape, or form. But that's what they're taught. That's what they're taught. My favorite Biden clip was after the debate, and Jill said, "You answered all the questions, Joe. You did it, Joe." I swear she was talking to him like I talked to my kindergartners. In fact, I wasn't even that condescending to my kindergartners. Like, "Oh, you did it. Good job. High five. Fist bump." Like, she's like, "You did it, Joe. And what is Trump? He's the liar." I remember that speech so well. Dear God, I hate that woman. Dr. Biden. You doctor or what? Oh, well, my students, you never had students. Shut up. I have yet to see one person come out of the woodwork and say, that was my teacher. Never. Never. Let's not start on the Woodrow Wilson hate train. Ain't no brakes on that bitch. It's funny because I knew when I got it, when I said that, and I didn't say the name, I was like, somebody. I figured it would be you or it would be Ellie that'd be like, I know who you're talking about. Oh yeah, she was something else. Christ was called rabbi. Did people honestly believe that Christ was disobedient and broke a commandment and did not marry? Listen, there are people out there who are like, Christ was never Jewish and he's not a Christian. The Christian religion it came out of Catholicism. And I'm like, where none of you picked up an ounce of common sense anywhere in your life ever? Like, you could say it all you want, but the facts they remain. Jesus was a Jew. He was Hebrew. There wasn't a whole lot of fucking choice. Like, he was born into that. Christians did not come out of Catholicism. Catholicism was born from Christianity. Well, Christ was a Christian. No. Do you not see the similarity in the name? Do you think it was just a fucking coincidence? Like, no. Christ was a Christian. Okay, let's just, and I want to be like, oh, like, you eat glue every day, don't you? Like, I don't get where people get that from. And I don't like to belittle anybody, but they're stupid and then they're stupid. Like, there's a level of stupid where I can't deal with you. I just can't. Like, I literally sit there and just look at you and go, no, I'm out. I can't. No. No, I'm not. This is time I'll never get back. Nope. Gotta go. Like, yeah, no. I can't. Robert said, Elephant, there's no commands to marry, just to be faithful if you do marry. Well, I mean, I would love for people to couple up. I would. I think everybody should have somebody that they can spend the rest of their days with. I don't think it's anything like what they tell you it's supposed to be. Like, I don't want the fairy tale. The fairy tale was bullshit. I hoped for the fairy tale when I was younger, and I was disappointed over and over. What I want in life is just somebody who is there with me, somebody who's going to be my partner, who's going to allow me to be their partner, who's not going to take me for granted, who I'm going to appreciate, who's going to be there when times are tough, who's going to be there when times are good, who's going to make memories with me, who I get to be special to them as they're special to me. I don't want somebody who's just going to, be like, oh yeah, whatever, I could take her or leave her. No, I want you to like want me there. I want you to fight for it the same way I'd fight for you. But a lot of people, they keep feeding into that fairy tale image they had as little kids, and they never move beyond it. It becomes like a ego thing for them. Like, I've seen people be like, oh yeah, she's great, but she didn't do this. Like, okay, so she did all these amazing things, and this one thing was your deal breaker. Well, I mean, it was just, I just didn't like it. And what didn't she like about you? Me. Well, she liked everything about me. I doubt that. I find that highly suspect. Like that's my bullshit detector is going off, because you ain't perfect, boyo. Like, I love having those conversations, because they're like, what do you mean I'm not you're not perfect? Like, you think she don't have a problem with you? You literally threw away a really good woman for what? And then, like, that's the thing. Like, men discover that they miss somebody much later than women. We feel it, like, when we do the walk away or the breakup or whatever. We feel it in that moment. We really like dig our heels in. We call our friends. We eat all the ice cream. We get drunk. We, whatever, for like maybe like 2-3 weeks, and then we're over it. It's just like, all right, on to the next one, or I'm just gonna take time for me or whatever. Men are just like, they tend to do the, oh, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, and then a couple weeks down the road, they're like, fuck, I miss her. Like, and that's when it hits them. And boy, when I miss her portion meets, like, she's gone. She's gone. Like, there's no getting her back. So, I mean, there's a very small window of time where you're both on the same page. But yeah, and I've heard women, dude, so many women, they're like, oh, I broke up with him because he didn't like whatever. Okay, so he did like all this stuff, and he missed this like one trivial fucking thing, and that's gonna send you. I want it all. I deserve it all. Who told you that? Who told you you deserve it all? When the hell did you come out, Little Miss Perfect? Like, stop it. But they do. I know so many girls that are like that. It's just like, they're like, I don't know why I can't find anybody. Because you're impossible to please. That's why. Because you think you deserve perfection. And what's worse, you think perfection exists. And it doesn't. On both counts, you're wrong. So who's going to die alone? You. Like, you are going to die alone. You're going to spend the rest of your life alone and be miserable doing it. Because you're going to think, I deserve better than this. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. It's your own attitude that determined that. Nobody else determined that you deserve to get left. You pushed him away. You left him. Whatever. Reap what you sow, bitch. And stop bitching to me about it. I don't want to be your goddamn companion. Go fucking buy a cat. God commanded it in Genesis, yes. But God was speaking to Adam and Eve to be fruitful and multiply. Well, I mean, he also, like, he encouraged Jacob to have as many children as he could, I believe. Abraham, he gave him the ability to have, kids when his wife was way too old. Elizabeth had a very late, like elderly pregnancy with John the Baptist. Saint Anne had the Virgin Mary very, very late in life. Like, God gives it to them when it's up to them, but he always makes sure that what he needs to happen happens. Like, he still encourages, even when they were scared. When Saint Anne was terrified, she's like, how can I be pregnant? How, this is a blessing, yes, but I'm so old. And the angel said, it's gonna be fine. God's got you. Like, he got you. He understands you're old. It's all gonna work out. You're gonna see. It's gonna be a beautiful thing. And she, okay, like, he always encouraged, it's okay. This is part of the plan. It's part of your, your purpose, your journey, whatever. So in a way, he did encourage them to keep procreating, even when it was beyond common sense to do so. Can the Pope forgive sins? Can the Pope change the 10 Commandments? No. The Pope can forgive sins. If any priest can forgive sins if you're penitent. All these priests and the Pope are supposed to be is a conduit. Like, he's basically like the router to get you from the computer to, the cloud. Like, that's all he is. Like, he's just the representative on earth so that we feel better talking to somebody rather than just talking to the ether. Some people can't have a relationship outside of something tangible. They need to be able to have something concrete in front of them. The abstract doesn't work for them. I have no problem feeling God all around me. I have no problem seeing God in the trees, in the snow. I have no problem seeing God in the way my cat, watches me when I'm, doing something, or the way she comes and gives me extra nuzzles when I'm upset. I have no problem seeing God in the way that, food grows, the way animals move around, the way humans interact, the way somebody just singing a song just lifts your entire spirit or gives you like a revelation that you didn't have before. I see God in everything. But there are people who need a priest to sit in front of them because they can't recognize it anywhere else. They need that priest to say, I'm here. I understand what God wants. I'm going to dumb it down for you because you don't trust yourself to do it yourself. So I'm going to tell you, this. Okay, so we're going to talk to God together. That's what it's always, we're going to do it together. You say the prayer, but we're going to say it. If you've ever had a confessional or whatever, if you pay attention to the priest, the majority of them are whispering everything that you say. Like when you're saying the prayers, they're saying it with you, but not trying to overpower you like they would during mass or whatever. But they're still praying with you because wherever 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I will be with you. That's the whole purpose of that. Like, they will sit there and you say the act of contrition, but if you listen, they're saying it at the same time. They're just not saying it over you, because this is your message, but they're just kind of like amplifying the message. They're turning the volume up. They're opening the channel up more so that, the message is clear. People tend to need that. This way they can feel like they went and accomplished something. They're like, oh, well, I went and talked to the priest. I feel better now. Because somebody else is witness to what they were thinking, what they had gone through, and like their penitence or their remorsefulness or whatever. Because they need the witness. That's all a priest really is. He's a vessel and a witness. But I don't need a priest to validate what I have to say to God. I can talk to God direct, and I know he's listening. Some people don't have that type of faith. They need the corporeal. They need to see it. They need to be able to recount it as a memory. They don't have the ability to just say, I'm just going to go sit and talk to God. Because either they lack the confidence or that's just not the way their mind works. But yeah, that's that whole thing. Is the authority of the Pope higher than the authority of God? No, absolutely not. I know that they do the whole dogma thing because it was in a fucking movie, and they said, whatever you hold true on earth, I will hold true in heaven. Yeah. Don't forget, a lot of the things that were written that way were written by men who wanted power. The fact of the matter is we have to take a lot of it on faith because we weren't around 2,000 years ago to know who picked what. Again, we weren't in the room when it happened. So you do have to take a lot on faith. That's what the whole thing is about. And it doesn't matter what religion you choose. If your relationship with God is solid, then you're going to be fine. That's what counts. This is just my opinion. God doesn't care what road you take or what you name that road, as long as the road leads to him. And every road that you take should lead to him. And sometimes we take shortcuts, sometimes we take the scenic route. Sometimes we decide to, walk through lava to get there. People tend to, abuse themselves. But God just wants you to come home. And he wants you to want to be there. You think about how lonely God was before he created everything. Even if it was the Trinity, even if there was him and Jesus and the Holy Spirit, that's still a lonely existence. Eventually, you're going to get tired of just being with the same damn people. Like, how lonely was God that he went and he created all these beautiful, complicated things? And what do? Like, all he says is just, I made you. I made everything. Respect that, acknowledge that, talk to me, be good, and love me the way I love you. That's it. It's very simple when you come down to it. People put all these rules and everything else. Most of the rules are just common sense things. Don't be a dick. Don't hurt people. Just be a good person. You'll be all right. But they like to complicate it and, oh, it's dramatic and I need the dramatics. And it's crazy to me. Your relationship with God is probably the simplest and most profound of your existence. And I don't care what God you pray to. I really don't. As long as you have that. Because I don't think God cares either. He created everything. He created every single thing. He didn't, those religions didn't crop out of existence for nothing. There's elements of him in everything. It's just different languages, different cultures, different customs. Same God. They just call him something different. They call him Jehovah, the Jehovah Jireh. They have Yahweh. They have Allah. They have ISIS. They, the not the terrorist organization. They had like what was his name, Enkel or whatever. Like all these different, the Krishna, all of them. It doesn't matter what name they put on it. It's still at the very core, it's God. Doesn't matter what other name he carries. Doesn't matter to me, what religion you follow. As long as you have God in your heart, it's the same God. God is in everything. He's eternal and he created every single person. Whatever they chose to name him, that's on them. That's, do you, I guess. I don't think anybody got it right. And yet I think everybody got it right. Because that's what free will was all about. It was about free ideas, free decisions. And I think ultimately when God created the world, he wanted everything to have its own little identity, basically. Like you have your own little subculture here, subculture, because there were tribes and there were different places. He wanted the variety. And the best part of the variety is at the end of the day, no matter how different everybody is, in some way, shape, or form, they return to him. They still choose him. What is better in your life? The person that is obliged, that they're obligated to love you, or the person who, despite whatever differences you have, loves you? Which one is more enduring? Which one matters more? The person who has to love you because that's what they were told, or the person who chooses to love you no matter what? I will choose the person who loves me no matter what, come rain or come sunshine. That's the person that I'm going to endeavor to be with. I don't want obligatory love. I want someone who chooses me. I want somebody who chooses to love me despite whatever is going on. I don't think God is very different. I think he puts that desire in us because he has it. He's like, think whatever you want, go ahead, but you could change the story, you could change the narration, change the costume, change the scenery, change the language, whatever. At the end of the day, you choose me. And that's all that matters. And I think that is all that matters. Wow, I didn't expect this to become this, but I'm glad. There are things that they claim or have claimed in the past. Yeah, I mean, mortal people claim all sorts of shit because humans are full of bullshit. and they have imaginations. And they just, some of them come up with shit, but they do it so convincingly and with confidence that other people buy into it. Again, that's what we're talking about. When you have the little lies fed to you and the little stories, and you start to believe in fairy tales and all that kind of stuff, when you get older, people can convince you with some really outlandish stuff. And it's because you've been conditioned to go, well, I mean, it sounds kind of out there, but I guess it could be possible. You're just, yeah. Like, we're not as discerning or as skeptical as we should be in the areas that we should be skeptical. They've switched it. And that's definitely like, that's more, I feel, a demonic or devilish influence, is that we have gone from using common sense to being outlandish. We have moved away from having faith in spiritual, like entities like God and, the universe or whatever. And we've moved into just having faith in whatever we can concoct in our own heads. We stopped looking for inspiration to a higher power, or like we stopped welcoming divinity like into our lives, and instead we went the other way, and we went internal. We started valuing what we saw in ourselves and obsessing on what was in us and what we deserved, and what we praised ourselves. We worshiped ourselves. We started worshiping other humans and like actors and singers and everything else, putting them on pedestals that they didn't fucking deserve. And looking toward God wasn't cool anymore because they wanted the attention. So I want the attention. I'm going to tell you that person's bad. It's the same thing when you like a guy or a girl in high school or whatever, and you're like, oh, I think she's really hot. If that person likes it too, they're going to come up with things they don't like about it. Oh, I don't like her teeth. Oh man, I heard she was this. Oh man, I heard he did this. So that you get discouraged and you look somewhere else and they snatch them up. It's what they're doing. No, oh God, don't look toward God. Oh, you people, you believe in some imaginary thing. Bill Maher called them like Santa for religion. And it's like, really? You're really going to trivialize like a spiritual movement of billions upon billions of people, regardless of denomination? You're going to belittle that and just piss it away because what? You think your ego is so big that you don't need God? You don't believe in God. God believes in you. You better hope to God he wants to forgive you at the end of your life, or fuck you, buddy. Like, I would hate to live my whole life being like, oh, I'm the only God I need in my life. And then you go and die and you meet God face to face and he goes, I was real. What do you got to say now? Like, you're fucked. You are absolutely fucked. Why be so absolute about it? Am I absolutely sure God exists? Yes. Yes, because I believe. I have faith. It's not something I can prove. It's not something I can touch, taste, feel, hear. But in my soul, I can feel it. Now, does that sound like imaginary thinking? Maybe. I mean, people can break you down. That's the whole thing about faith. You either have it or you don't. I have faith, and I'm not ashamed to have faith. If somebody wants to make fun of it, well, that's their prerogative, but that tells me a lot more about that person than I knew before. Like, if you have to put somebody down for their belief system, they're not hurting anybody. And it's a valid belief system. If you have to like denigrate it all the time, that tells me a lot about you. Not you. I mean, I'm talking in general. Celibacy is a sign of a priest's dedication to the Lord and the church. So they can't, if they're not married before ordination. They can't, even if they are married before ordination. The Catholic Church makes them give it up. Roger Miller, King of the Road. King of the Road. I love that song. I love when Dean Martin sings it. Well, he used to sing it. He ain't singing shit no more. All righty. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Do you think everybody past Adam and Eve are exempt from it? Nah. My alias is unique, but using my name is fine. I mean, I make nicknames for everybody. Like Sniper, I call him, Snipperoonie. Lady Autumn Sky is Lady Awesome or Lass. So you're just gonna be Rolla. Rhoda, 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 Big Mama. Also, BATFE is the formal name of the ATF. See, I didn't know that. Thank you very much. And Dettelbach was Biden's appointment. That I did know. Yeah, he may have stepped down when he was 85, but didn't die till he was 96, 94. Yeah, but God only knows what shape he was in. I wonder if he had like dementia or whatever. But I mean, he lived a lap of luxury till the end of his life, and he wasn't responsible for shit. If you ask me, he was smart as could be. Because it's not like they just take everything away from you. Yeah, you got to give up the ring and the robe, but you get a different one. And they take care of you forever. He had servants for everything. Everything. These are men who are supposed to serve God. They have literal servants who bring them everything. You don't think you're going to find the Pope in the kitchen getting a ham sandwich? No. Like, he just ring a little bell and push a button. It's like, okay. They will bring him whatever he wants. At Elephant, the way I see it, it's more of a directive for all of us, but not a law that was established like all the other laws he gave. Well, it depends. Lady Awesome said, it's no wonder with the current Pope that is woke and shaming the U.S. for deporting people. Meanwhile, no one can get into the Vatican City. They don't take refugees. They don't even take visitors half the time. They used to do tours like in the 70s and the 60s. Vatican was a huge tourist spot. Now it's very limited. Very limited. And everybody used to flock to St. Peter's Square for all the masses. They have very few masses now. Like it used to be, every holy day used to be celebrated there. Now, no, not so much. Like it's just, it's like the White House. You know the guy that lives there, but nobody's getting in. And occasionally you might get a tour. Like that's about it. Oh, geez, here I go. My apologies. I'll stop. No, why? No, never stop. Never stop. Never stop. You know me, honey. I want more. Oh my God, I'm 47 minutes behind. What the fuck? How did that happen? It's really hard to bite my tongue right now. I'm skipping that. No, I'm not getting into that. I'm not doing it. I'm not Catholic, nor would I ever be. The more I ask questions from Catholics, the more it sounds confusing and not of God. Oh, I mean, I don't look down on anybody's religion. I think anybody who finds a religion that works for them, that's a wonderful thing. I think it's something to be celebrated and to be applauded. It's the people who have no faith that I worry about. The people who don't believe that there's any God in existence anywhere in any form. Like it's just, this is the life and that's it. They think once you close your eyes that last time, you're just gone. Those are the people I worry about. But I do believe the old saying that, anybody who says they don't believe in God, ask them again when they're at the end of their life. Like when they're on death's door, ask them if they believe in God. Because trust me, they find faith real fucking quick. And I don't think that God appreciates the coming to the party so late. But I also don't think he's one of those too little, too late. Like you're a day late and $1 short. I don't think he's that way. I tend to feel that God is quite magnanimous, and he is the definition of compassion and understanding to me. And that's what I strive toward. I do. I want God to be I want God to be proud of the person he made. I want him to look at me at the end of life and say, you know what? You did good, kid. You did good. I don't need accolades. I just want to be like, it's okay. I'm proud of you. I don't care who else in my life feels that way. People are fickle. They turn on a dime. But I spend every day trying to be the person that God thinks is okay. He knows I'm not perfect. And I say it all the time. I'm like, y'all bitch about my mouth or whatever. God gets it. He made me. He gave me certain abilities and he gave me certain characteristics to get me through the things that I've gone through. He knows I'm not all elegant, smooth edges. I'm rough. I'm rough. I've been beaten around a lot by life. And regardless of that roughness, at the end of my life, when everything is presented before him, he's going to be like, you know what? You were still a beautiful soul. You still have a beautiful soul. That's what I strive for. That's what I want out of life. I want that for everybody. And I don't want anybody to be like, oh, God's never going to, I'm never going to be sorry enough. Yes, you will. Because I don't think God says, oh, well, you just didn't reach, like, you have to be this tall to ride this ride. Like, it's not that kind of thing getting into heaven. God knows everything. He knows your intentions. He knows every single second of every single thing you've ever been through. Every thought, every feeling. He knows when you're feeling self-righteous. He knows when you're feeling down on yourself. He knows every single emotion and thought you have, every action you've ever taken, every consequence, every motivation, every lie, every truth, every laugh, every tear. He knows it all. There's no hiding. You are completely bare, right down to what that little spark was that he put in you to begin with. He will break it all down and return you to that. And then you get judged. But I don't think God is a harsh judge. I really don't. I think anybody who could create a world as rich and complex and ever changing as ours has to be a pretty chill, cool dude. He's got it going on. He made everything. There's not a word coming out of my mouth that he hasn't given me the ability for. But I'm not going to be like those fanatics that think I have to live, like a very set certain way. That's a man-made set way. Yes. There's always going to be, deviations here and there, fluctuations, different changes in rules and laws and guidelines and whatever. Like, as long as I follow the main tenets and I do what I feel is right and good, I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. And I think God will say at the end of my life, all right, girl, come on, let's go. No more crying. No more pain. You're not bad. You're worth it. I made you. I made you worthy. That never went away. No matter what they told you, no matter what they made you believe, I made you worthy when I created you. And you lived your whole life worthy and didn't know it. Well, you know it now. So get in here. Yeah. You got some people waiting for you. That's my dream for the end of my life. I don't need all the the halos and the clouds and whatever. I just want God to go, you're okay. You're okay. Everything that life threw at you, it's fine. But you're okay. You're worthy. You're just as worthy as when I made you. You deserve to come home. You deserve to come home to me. And you never have to leave. And I'm never going to kick you out. And this is your home. You belong here. We want you here. I want you here. He's the parent that I don't think I disappoint. And he's the only parent I care anymore for their approval. And I live my life for his approval. And I think at the end, I'll get it no matter what. Because even if as long as I don't do anything like, oh God, unforgivable, I think he knows, when you come home, I'm just going to strip all of that human crap away. It all just goes away. Keep the memories, keep the, joy, keep the connections. But all that detrimental, like negative stuff, it's just got to go. It's got to go. Boop, gone. Look at you, all bright and shiny again, just like when I made you. All right, come on. Come in. Oh, I did not expect that. All right. And that's something I have never shared with anybody. That belief. Because that is the driving force for me every single day of my life. Since I was little. Because I will never feel accepted anywhere but there. And I think that's why I've always had kind of a death wish for myself, why I've always been so reckless. It's not that I don't value myself. I do. But I'm always in a rush to get to somewhere where I can just be worthy again. Where it all just goes away. And I'm just content with God. And I'm just the way he intended me to be. Like a total reset. And I do think that's why I've always had, reckless tendencies. Did you all see that the Catholic Church in the U.S. is trying to sue Trump? Listen, our government needs to just tax the shit out of religious organizations. I am so tired of these damn churches just, they have millions upon billions of fucking dollars. They ain't helping nobody. Oh, but we're tax-free. You can't tell us what to do. Well, you know what? We should be able to tell you what to do because you are not special. You are not special. God did not even Jesus had a fit that you're dealing with all this stuff in my father's house with all the money and shit. Like he was mad. He overturned it. He did a guinea thing. He was like, I'm from Jersey. He's flipping tables left and right. That's actually a really good point. Next time I flip a table, if somebody says, oh, you must be from Jersey, be like, no, listen, Jesus set the precedent and I'm doing it now. But I think it's divine if I flip a table. God forgive me, I know, blasphemous, but whatever, my sense of humor. Anyway, he had a whole thing about it. So I don't get why these churches think that they could be separate. They are bilking money out of their constituents, like out of their congregations, like crazy. There is no reason these churches need to be made of fucking marble with gold, solid gold everywhere. Are you shitting me? Really? I have to pay $5 a week to be close to God? That wasn't in the Bible. I don't see any scripture. Yes, sacrifice is one thing. Giving you $5, that's not a sacrifice. That's a payment. I am paying for my soul. No, that's the opposite of what God wanted. Sacrifice is meant to be given willingly. And it's not a sacrifice unless it means something to you. Doesn't mean anything to give $5. You spend $10 on a freaking soda and a slice of fucking pizza. And you think God's going to be like, oh, he gave $5. He's got into heaven now. Like, no, that's not how it works. Okay, audit all these damn freaking religious organizations and strip them bare. get back to where it should be. Because I'm sorry, they take advantage. And they're all crooked. The aid funding child trafficking. I mean, let's call the kettle black. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Elephant said we got our own effing addendum to the Bible called the Catechism, and yet we call the Mormons heretics. Make that make sense? Because religions are just like political parties. It's oh, they did this, they did. It's all projection. It's all making the other one look bad so they can up their numbers. It's a popularity game. Oh, look, you want to join this religion because we do this and you'll be cooler over here. Or this one's gonna, you're gonna burn in the fires or whatever. This one won't let you be gay. This one won't let you have sex outside marriage. This one won't let you curse. This one won't let they're literally like auctioning themselves off. Like, I got Jesus over here, Jesus over here, Jesus like it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Which is why I don't belong to any churches. Yes, I'm Catholic. Why? Because I was born that way and I was baptized that way. I did baptism, first holy, penance, first holy communion, my marriage vows, confirmation. All I have left is basically like either become a nun or get last rites. That's all I got left to do out of, my sacraments. I am fully Catholic. By label. Now, by practice, not so much. But I mean, I remember them. I remember my prayers. I do revert to some of those prayers because I find comfort in them. Like, and there are things that were important to me that I learned going to church that I didn't think would always be important to me, but later in life they come back. Like, I think, what is it? Psalm 91? Is it 91? I don't know, but there was a song that we used to sing that it was my absolute favorite hymn. It was. And the very first time I heard it, I was in the 3rd grade when I heard it. And we were supposed to practice it and sing it as a school. And they were teaching it to us in religion class, because of course I went to Catholic school. And I cried. Oh my God, they made fun of me. And the song was On Eagle's Wings. And it's, and he will raise you up by the breath of dawn, make you to shine like the sun, and hold you in the palm of his hand. He will raise you up on eagle's wings, bear you on the breath of dawn, make you shine like the sun. That's the words. And hold you in the palm of his hand. The snare of the fowler will never capture you. Famine will bring you no fear. Say to the Lord, my refuge, my rock on whom I trust. Like, these were the words of the song. And I cried like a baby. I didn't know. They never taught us that was a psalm because they didn't teach us the Bible. Catholics don't learn their Bible. We learn stories. We pay attention to homilies, but we were not encouraged to read the Bible. We were actually encouraged to not read the Bible because we were too stupid to interpret the word. Like, you're just too dumb to walk away from this knowing, like, we're going to tell you the interpretation. That's part of the control. That's what they did. Even after Vatican II, they still did that. When I went to school, we were not allowed to read our Bible. We had missals. They gave us little, like, dumbed down versions where it was very evident what the moral of the story was. But to actually read the Bible, we weren't encouraged to do that at all. We were very much discouraged, especially the girls. How dare you? You're just a servant. You serve your husband. That's what the Bible tells you. You are subservient. You will serve your husband for your entire life. It doesn't matter what he does to you. It doesn't matter if he sins against you. It doesn't matter if he's like whatever. You are his. That is it. Once you say I'm married, you fuck your anonymity. Like, fuck your autonomy. You belong to him. And God will not forgive you if you don't follow through on that. That's what we were taught. Now you go to church, you volunteer at church because you have to, because women aren't good for being in the workforce. So you have to volunteer for the needy. You're going to come to church and do our clerical work, and you're going to like work the feasts, and you're going to go make money for us selling things and whatever. Like, that was what we were told. That's how I was raised. I was raised to serve God, the church, my husband, and then my children. That was it. That's the four. I don't even get a rank in that priority list because I don't matter. What my service to them is, that's what matters. That's what Catholicism taught me. And you want to read the Bible? I'm going to tell you the stories of the Bible. I'm going to tell you what you should take from it, because your time is better well spent serving us. That, in a nutshell, is what I grew up with. And I rebelled against that so bad, because nothing went the way they said it was going to go. And I couldn't make sense of it because I had no idea what was actually in the book. I only knew the lessons they gave me. And you can guess that those lessons were not female friendly. They were not independent friendly. It doesn't matter if your husband's an alcoholic who spends all things and, fucks around and beats you and beats the kids. You stay there, you sit down, shut up, and you serve. That's how I was raised. And that just wasn't good enough for me. And the Bible doesn't say that. The Bible says God's got you. Choose wisely, but God's got you. And you were not meant to be somebody else's punching bag, basically. You get to be happy. You get to be respected because I made you. I made you all. No man is allowed to, diminish what God has created without consequence. If they choose to do that, there's going to be a consequence. Well, I was raised that they can do that and there's no consequence. But there's a consequence if I open my mouth about it. There's a consequence if I have a problem with it. And people don't like to talk about that. They're like, no, we were at the church was always there for us. No, let's take a real, instead of your eagle eye look, let's get granular and really look at what it was. And that's where they live in denial. The little lies. Oh, God will forgive us. Oh, God, put this in front of me as a trial. No, maybe God's telling you, hello, don't go through that. You have a mouth. I gave you a mouth. I gave you a spirit. Stand up for yourself. Let's go. God did not put you on this earth. God didn't put anybody on this earth to be somebody else's fucking punching bag. No. It's not like you were born and he said, yeah, let her be disrespected and abused her whole life. That's fine. Never. But somehow that is the lesson that they teach you. That's what's right. You got to take it. God said so. Show me where. That's not important. You just focus on what I'm saying. They could never answer my questions. It was always, you ask too many questions. You're too curious. You know what? Your mind, you need to be busier because you just have way too much free time to think up all this crap. Oh, okay. I've always pushed back. They didn't like it though. The Old Testament allowed polygamy, but didn't encourage it. Well, I mean, they kind of had to because mortality rates back then for children especially were really high. Your wife most likely wasn't going to make it through childbirth, and you didn't have the lifetime to just keep meeting new people and, remarry another. Sometimes they had to have 12 wives so that when it came childbirthing time, at least maybe they're hoping a quarter of them fucking make it. Leviticus 18:18, this verse is a general prohibition of polygamy. Yeah. But it wasn't considered polygamy. They didn't have it wasn't a thing. That's the whole thing. These words come along and they get defined later, and then we look back and try to apply them. But they didn't apply because they didn't exist. They did things based on necessity. It was just their way of surviving and growing. You had we look back and we're like, oh, but the world, no, the world was very, very tiny. They had little groups of people interspersed all over the planet. And then because they reproduced, because they moved around, because they intermingled, because they went, and they shared lives with people that were outside of themselves, like outside of their little tribal group, things varied and they got more diverse. And you had like stronger people. Everybody evolved, different characteristics, different like skin tones and everything else. But it all came from the same place. It all came from the same place. And it was normal. But polygamy wasn't identified till much, much later because marriage was not really what they talk about in the Bible. Like they gave it a name. But it's not like there were rituals. Guys would look in the Bible. They're like, oh, I give you my daughter. That was it. Like, I give you my daughter. You give me 7 years of work and you can earn my daughter. Okay. Oh, I changed my mind. I'm going to give you your sister. Yeah, it's like that's what they did. It wasn't about love. It was about life. They had to do certain things. Otherwise, they were going to die out. They did what was necessary. They did what they thought was right. They did what God told them to do. But they didn't label everything. Now everything's a label. Everything's a judgment. It's just, it drives me insane. T-Rex, we're not gonna take it. No, we're gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore. That was totally off key, but I enjoyed it. I'm so glad you feel my sarcasm through chat. It's great. Oh, Les, I love you. I got to catch up. I'm an hour behind, and I need to like wrap this up. I want to rock. Deuteronomy, Heidi said, Deuteronomy 17, God condemns taking multiple wives, saying he shall not multiply wives for himself. Again, as time goes by, books change. And they're suppositing on stuff that happened like 4,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago. There's stuff where there's no written record. A lot of it is oral record. Like things change. There's no stagnancy through history. And things that we believe now or have uncovered now or revealed now didn't exist then. They just didn't. And it's sometimes hard for us to go, oh, but this says, yeah, but when was that said? Who said it? When did that come about? Most of the time that was written because it was necessary. Because shit went on and they were like, wait, no, we need some type of control. All right, God, tell us what to do. All right, well, since this is the problem, let's not do that now. So here you go. Like, I think a lot of the word of God got written down because it was essential to combat the practices of the times and the practices of the past. And it was just better it's almost like legislating. Like they're like, these are God's laws. We forgot to write them down, so nobody knew about them, so they didn't do them. But we're going to write them down now. Let's make some real definitions so that people can understand this is not the way. And I think that's what they did. If you practice polygamy, you get excommunicated. It isn't the same religion. Oh, for LDS, yeah. And I mean, there's reasons for that too, for like the extreme consequence, because let's face it, your religion, your denomination suffered because of other people and their radical ideas. So yeah, you kind of have to make that distinction so that people show the proper respect and know, hey, we're not like that. Like, don't lump us in. That's just like with the Catholics. Like, I'm not a Jesuit. I don't believe in the whole, like flaying yourself every day, to be penitent. Like, no, I'm not Orthodox. I'm not anything. I'm like Catholic, but non-practicing. Paul states the leader of the church must be a husband and one wife. Yes, okay, there's a whole lot going on there. Rolla said there's an old joke that the priest confesses his sins to cardinals who confess their sins to the Pope, and the Pope confesses to God, which makes him a Baptist. That's funny. Ellie, Heidi appreciates you. I'm not Christian, but I'm religious. Good. I think that's a good thing, Sir Frank. Some people fit in with certain religions and they can feel it in their soul that it's right for them. Some people don't get that. And like somebody like me, I've been so disappointed and used by human organizations that the only trust I have left in me, spiritually speaking, is directly to God. I don't trust anything man-made with my soul anymore because it's proven to me it doesn't give a shit. It's proven to me that no matter what I do, I'm going to get smacked down because that's what makes them feel like they have control over me. So fuck you. I'm not giving you control. My control is in the hands of one and one only, and that's the one who made me. My life is in his hands. And no man-made organization gets to tell me what to do with my soul or what's going to happen to my soul. So yeah, I'm very spiritual. I'm very faithful. Religious, not so much. No. Because religions have all let me down. I find them very interesting. They fascinate me. They really do. But as far as believing in their doctrines and sticking to them, no. I'm good with God. I'm good. He's got me. And I have him. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters to me. Man-made will always let me down because man is fallible. God is not. God is perfect. God is true. And that's where my loyalty lies. Delayed continued chat. Yeah, I know. Clearly affirms the idea of monogamy by stating that what therefore God has joined together, let no man separate, let no man put asunder. Yeah. I don't know why I always go back to the old way of saying things. I don't know. I like the poetry of it. I do. Personal relationship with God. That's right. Hey, Captain Kern. Hope the stream went well. Obviously, we're still going. Shelley, God never leaves us. We leave him out of anger, fear, shame. Yeah, he patiently waits on us. I agree. I agree. Hopefully, at some point, I'll get to the point in the chat where you got to the point where I said that. So sorry. I'm so far behind. When as you announced God is dead, I wasn't a good. I can't lie. I feel so alone and further than God than I ever have before. Maybe you should go to the chapel or any kind of church that you're near and just talk. Sometimes you need the cutoff. You need to have. It's not the religion that you're going to get solace from. It's the presence. It's the solitude and the quiet where you can actually just be alone with God. Everything else is blocked out. That's what breaks me down. It does. It shoots right through me because as soon as I walk through those doors, I just block everything else out and it's just me and him. Like sometimes at home, it's hard to do that because there's distractions everywhere. There's this one calling me for this. There's the fan going, there's whatever. But then I go and I focus and I let everything else go. And that's when I burst into tears. And you hear when I talk about God, like I'm talking to you from my very soul. I'm telling you things that I normally only tell him. And that kind of a a relationship, that kind of a revelation to other people, it terrifies me because I don't like letting people in like that. And I feel motivated to do it like he wants me to do that. In little bits, just not everything. Because everything that's in my soul is literally for him. He's the only one who has restricted access. And that's the way it should be. You should have, your own little secret in jokes with God and your own secret revelations with God, and you should have secrets with God. Because that's the one thing in the world you can trust to not betray you. So maybe you need to have a little solitude. You're going through a lot, T-Rex. God's not going anywhere, but he's just waiting for you to come over and lean on him. You should do that. Let yourself. It's okay to believe. It's okay to wonder. But he's there. Lean on him. Give it to him and know that, he's doing what's best. I have to go back and watch. When the Pope stands in front of and answers to God for trying to steal his seat, changes of the laws lead many, many people down the road. Oh yeah. I would love, I'm that bitch. I would love to be sitting there going, next priest, send in the next priest. Oh, we have a cardinal. Oh, we have a bishop. It's the Pope. I would totally be there for that. I would totally want to be there and be like, go ahead. Explain yourself. Go ahead. I want to see what you come up with. Justify your existence. Go ahead. But, oh man, and I gotta wonder if God sits there and like chuckles at some of these, like, are you really trying to lie to me? Like, are you really gonna try to justify what you did? Come on now. Like, I'm sorry, but God invented sarcasm with everything else, and he invented skepticism. And I think God has a really wicked sense of humor. I really do. God, when I think of some of the things going on in this world, I'm like, yeah, he's got oh my God, he's such a troll sometimes. Like, it's great. And then because you got to have like a little bit of the darkness with the light. Like, you got to have a balance. He's all about the balance. It's not about everything has to be light. It's about, at the end of the day, light or dark, you choose him. That's it. Pray a prayer from your heart that isn't repetitive prayer. Talk to him like you're calling him. Yep. The same way you would have a conversation with me, like, and just lay everything out in the open. Do that with God. You could argue with him. I mean, God is not a wimp. He can take an argument. It's not like you're going to raise your voice and he's going to be like, oh, to hell with you. Like, no, like, let it out. He's okay. Come on. Unconditional. That's the whole point, T-Rex. Unconditional love from God. Which means he knows that you're going to, have fits of temper. He knows you're going to be, dramatic or withdrawn or depressed or overexcited. He knows it all. It's the man-made religions that told you, oh, you can't do that. Bullshit. Bullshit. What does God want most of all? Love, loyalty, and honesty. He don't want you to go there and try to lie to him. How are you going to try to lie to somebody who knows everything? God, that's like they're standing there with a videotape of you killing somebody and you're like, that's not me. Like, really? Really? Like, you're at the cops looking at you like, are you kidding me? We caught you while you were stabbing the person and you're trying to say it wasn't you. Are you that egotistical, or you just think that we're that stupid? Like, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Every human will be held accountable in front of God. The good thing about it, Christ is our advocate with the Father, and he is our attorney and our mediator. Christ is your advocate. I agree with that. I do. I've always been a little afraid of Jesus. It's weird. Like I have tons of love in my heart for Jesus, but I'm afraid of him. And I've never understood why. Because I'm not afraid of God. I think God gets me. But Jesus always scared me. Not like terrified me, but there was always like I don't know. I didn't think he'd like me. It's weird, right? That's a horrible thing to admit out loud. Ellie found I need my soapbox partner, even with the differing opinions. Oh god. If we don't have different opinions and this becomes an echo chamber, and that sucks. I don't want that. At Elephant, love your spicy. Absolutely. I love cats with 9 tails. I mean, what? Frank. Christ had a job. He was a carpenter. He worked. He was obedient. He was married. Mary, the one a lot of Catholics call a whore, was his wife. This is what I believe. I believe that he was married. I do. I believe he was, for many, many years, he just lived the life of a man. Because what was the point of God making him man without letting him live that life? To have an appreciation for the ups and downs and the emotions and the loyalties and the priorities and the beauty of every day, the harshness of every day. Like if he wasn't going to live life like we did, what was the point? He didn't need to sacrifice him to open up the gates and give everybody a chance at redemption. He didn't have to do it. He could have just thought it and it would have been done. People forget the unstoppable, unlimited power of God. He could have changed the entire world, made it blink out of existence with a thought. He put Jesus on this earth to have someone who could be like us, who would know what we go through at the same level. Somebody that we could relate to, somebody we could look at. You think that people back then were going to look at him and go, oh, well, he's one of us, though he's never been married. He's never had strife. He's never had a wife. He's never had kids. He never had this. Like, that it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. They would never have related to him if he had not proven that he was equal to them on earth, and yet the Son of God, capable of so much more. Like he had to have that connection with them. To think that he was roaming around without being like everybody else, they would have thought him extremely strange if he didn't get married early, if he didn't follow in his, carpenter father's footsteps, if he didn't have children. They would have thought that very bizarre. And there's no way they would have trusted him. I believe that. There's no way they would have trusted him if he was that different. But the fact that he was the same yet different in a different way, I think that was the draw. That's what made them go, oh, he's just like us, but he's so much more. That's what inspired them. I also think God is married. He isn't a hypocrite. He would not command us to do what he doesn't do. I don't know about that. I don't tend to think that I don't really think about God being married. True or not. It's honestly not a thought that I entertain ever. It's not that I don't believe it, it's that I don't believe it and I don't not believe it. I don't think about it. Someday I will, but that one's going to bend my mind. So no, not right now. Women are conveniently sparse in the Bible. Oh yeah, all translations. Men were married, and yes, I think the apostles were married, and their wives went with them. Yeah, of course they were. A cat who has multiple tails and malicious in its behavior. Nice. Nekomata. Nikomata. And do we really think that Christ was the only child born during the marriage between Mary and Joseph? No, of course he had siblings. Joseph wasn't the blood father of Jesus. That's true. Semantics, you missed the point. No, I mean, of course, they were married. Mary and Joseph were married. Of course, they had kids. Yeah, as many as God willed them to have. Again, we don't have children outside of what God wants. That's why when they say, "Oh, well, it was an accident." There are no accidents. God meant for you to have that baby. God meant for you to have that baby. Sometimes he just means for you to be pregnant. Sometimes he means for you to have a kid for only a little while. Sometimes you're not meant to have one at all. It's not a personal reflection on you. It's what is in his plan. They would still have the blood of Mary, so having the same mom makes you siblings and yeah, they'd be half siblings. And even if they were step siblings, it wouldn't matter. We literally are all from the same source, every single one of us. Biologically, we're DNA different. But when you get down to like the soul level, we're all connected. Every single one of us. That's why we just form connections so easily with some people because they were probably created like a little bit more for when we were. He had no relations with Mary until after the birth of Jesus. That's true. But I mean, it's also not, it's not, how do I put this? Speaking as somebody who's had, was pregnant and my ex came over and was like, and I was like, no. It's very psychologically fucked to be pregnant with someone's child and to lay with somebody else. Like that is a psychological hurdle that I don't know a lot of people can make. I couldn't do it. I was like, no, bro. Like, no. Like everything in me is screaming, this is no, don't look at me. Don't even like think about it. It's no, this is another man's baby in my belly. Get your hands far away from me. Like, just it ain't gonna happen. That, and I think that's a lot of people feel that way. So I don't see Joseph being like, yeah, I know you're pregnant with God's son, but you want to get down. I don't think that was a thing. Plus, they were busy, fleeing all over the place for their lives. So there was that. I'm not saying Jesus didn't have siblings. I'm saying Scripture said, yeah. Well, what Scripture says, what date they consummated marriage. All right, we're gonna Roman. I think the original Christianity was Roman Catholic, followed by Eastern Orthodoxy. I don't. Was it Roman? It wasn't called Catholicism till later. Did Jesus sin? And that came about after the whole thing with Constantinople and everything. I could be wrong. I got to look into it more. Like I said, the workings of the Catholic Church are ridiculous. There's so many stories and so many contradictory statements, and there's scrolls and there's books and there's this person wrote that and that person sang that, and it's I don't think we'll really know. It's because there's way too much debate over it. Even the theologians can't figure it out. They all have differing opinions. How you believe, I respect you and how you believe. Oh, this is from Heidi to Ellie. I agree to disagree with you on the married part, though. What I see in the New Testament Gospels is consistently portrays Jesus without a wife, not attacking. No, I mean, it's different, but there are different things written for different purposes. And I think our religions are, the books are maintained and written for a certain outcome. They want to create a certain kind of societal norm. So that's what they were going for. Otherwise, if the word of God was so important to the Catholic Church or the Christian Church or whatever, they would have included every single thing that was written. They wouldn't have picked and choose and like said, "Hey, let's bring this in, push that out." So there's room for interpretation and change, I think, in all of them. So I think there's going to be little deviations, and that's why you have different religions. People choose to believe what they choose to believe. Some believe that the Bible is this, some believe in this version of the Bible, some believe in that. There's not one version. They keep changing. Yeah, just like they keep changing old prayers. They're like, oh, we're modernizing it. Why? Like, I don't understand why. Because it loses so much when they change it. It physically hurts me to say the prayers a new way. I can't do it because it doesn't feel genuine to me. So yeah, we're all entitled to have our own opinion. Where are all the women in the Bible? Was it only a sausage fest? I mean, there was a lot of that, but that was mainly military. That was the sausage fest. That's why there's so much gayness in the damn Roman Empire, the Greeks and all that, the Persians, because they didn't bring women along. They were bad luck, so they just screwed each other. Winnie and I had this whole conversation the other night. He was not happy. He was not happy with the stuff I was saying. He was like, wait, what? Like, they didn't know. I talked about like the page boys and, like how they literally groomed young boys into becoming soldiers and they used them as sex slaves, but they were loyal to their side and whatever. Like, I got into all that. Yeah. There are many women in the Bible, and many of them were disciples and teachers as well. Depends what Bible you're reading. In my opinion, women were mostly left out of the Bible because the man is the one who leads the family in faith. Well, they're supposed to, yeah. It's funny because in most Catholic families, like, he's the breadwinner, but he's like, oh, you're going to church? And go with your mother. And they just, they're like, I don't want to go. My grandfather hated going to church. He prayed all the time. Hated going to church. My views on God are not going to change based on some YouTube chat. I'm just posting what I believe. No, we know. No. I read a lot of the Bible, Heidi, and Elephant was that it was written before 1919, so the view on women was a lesser due to the time thing. Yeah, a lot of societies' cultural practices are reflected in the changes that occurred in the Bible throughout time. Yeah. They keep trying to modernize it, and it's like, really? Mm-mm. I don't think anybody's trying to change anybody's view. In doing so, we mention something someone hasn't considered before. Yeah. When you guys talk, it sparks different things in my brain. Like, different thoughts come out, and I'm like, maybe I could look at this a different way. Like, I enjoy when we do this. I really do. I don't care who else is in chat. I like when we do this. I don't care how popular it is, because it does make me think outside of where I'm normally sat. I like to be challenged. I like to be able to turn everything over and over and over and see what makes the most sense, what maybe I haven't seen before, maybe have facts introduced that, like, I was unaware of. It's just it is all food for the soul. It's just the mind that has a hard time reconciling the different things. But the soul loves it. You think God isn't happy that we're all sitting here just debating and discussing everything about him? It's all about him. I guarantee he's just like, yeah, good, talk about it. I don't care. You believe that, but guess what? You're all focused on one thing, me. You're focused on me, which means you all believe in me. The semantics and the everything, the details, that doesn't matter. You, at the end of the day, you believe in me, and you're willing to stand up for your belief in me, which means you love me. And I think at the end of the day, that's all that matters. All right, I got to skip ahead because I'm way behind. Let's see. I don't think God is alone. I believe in the Heavenly Father and the Heavenly Mother. These 7 women. Okay, so we're talking about women. Each was transformed by an encounter with Jesus Christ, his gospel, and compelled to be obedient, faithful action by their prophet, priest, or king. Okay. Matthew 1:24. Joseph did not know Mary till after Jesus was born. Yeah. Sorry, Shelley, but everyone can't get it right when Islam and Judaists say that Christianity is wrong. No, I'm not saying everybody can get it right. Christianity and Judaism say that Islam is wrong and they all have conflicting doctrines, which is why I don't have faith in any man-made religious organization. I just don't. Unfortunately, I feel Catholic because I was raised Catholic. If you know a Catholic, that just becomes part of who you are. It literally, they make it part of your identity. They really do. Like, guilt is a living, breathing thing in my brain. Like, it has more power than anything else, probably. I respectfully disagree with you, Sir Frank. There are many strong women depicted in the Bible. A woman even wrote one of the books in the Bible. Okay, off my soapbox. And for now, anyway, what book would that be? I think the Book of Ruth. The Book of Ruth. I don't know if it was written by Ruth or just was it? I don't know. Like I said, Catholics, we were never encouraged. I've only in the recent years started reading my Bible, and it's hard. Anyway, sorry about that. I didn't say there wasn't just some of the writing, it could be seen as that way. Not all I agree with strong women in it, but overtone was still male being stronger. I mean, because it was a male dominated world. Like, women didn't go out to work, women didn't provide, women were the caregivers. The man is the spine and the mind and the force behind every family. The woman is the heart and the soul and the nurturing. She's the fire, he's the stone. And together you create a home. I'm not Christian, so I haven't studied it for decades. Just what I have knowledge of reading myself through studies of the religion. The Book of Ruth is supposedly written by Samuel. I might have gotten the wrong book. No, it should be the Book of Ruth. That's the only one I think with the. Is it the only one with the woman's name? I can't remember. I've gotten better about my Bible, but I'm still not anywhere near where I would like to be. Where I can feel confident in what I say. I can feel confident in my theories and stuff like that, but the actual like bits of the Bible, I'm not confident. Psalms was not written. Yeah, like a lot of them are compilations. They were written over time and added to. That I know. You are entitled to that opinion, Frank. I challenge you to one day in the future to read it with an open mind. Just be careful which version, because some versions have been proven to be inconsistent. I mean, that's an understatement, Heidi. Some of them say one thing on one page. You turn the page and says something completely counter to it. You're like, wait, what the hell? By the way, it looks like there's a blizzard outside. I didn't want to say nothing, but it's like, it's snowing like a motherfucker. Oh my goodness. So much snow. So much snow right now. I can't go wrong with King James Version. Yep. 66 years. I'm multitasking. I'm working. I'm doing every day. I'm shoveling. Paul wrote a lot of the New Testament. Yep. MJ didn't even realize that that could have been a typo. Okay, so we're gonna go. I'm back. Had potty break. I'm glad you did. I got to pee so bad. My twins still need a little help in that area. Welcome back. Potty train is always fun. Oh yeah, that's all right. A lot of kids in kindergarten, when I first got them, they were not potty trained. Like I said, that was Zuma's area. I used to be like, Zuma, I got one in diapers. Here you go. 2 days later, they'd be potty trained. She was like the maven of potty training. Shit, I have to call her for her birthday. God damn it. I knew I forgot something. Twins are always exciting. Oh God, I'm still an hour behind. I got to speed this up. I missed chat. Thank you to everybody in chat for a great discussion. That could have been an ugly result in other chats. Oh no, not here. Not here. Y'all are wonderful humans. Sometimes I need to think on something before I answer because of my strong convictions. Yeah, I know. We all get that because that's what a belief is. It's very, very difficult to change a belief. You change ideas, but you don't change beliefs. Those are ingrained in you. If somebody wants to discuss the Bible, it's good. Just back it up with scripture. I always want to learn, but I want to learn scripture, but not the traditions of man or false gospel. I don't like telemarketers. Agreed, Heidi. Okay. No one likes telemarketers. Alrighty, I went to Catholic school during the week, but my mom took us to a Baptist church on Wednesdays, Saturdays, and after Mass on Sunday over to the Baptist church. That's cool. I wasn't made to read the Bible in Catholic school because they don't want you to. But at the Baptist church, they wanted us to learn scripture. Yep. I learned catechism in Sunday school. In the Nazarene church, good principles, but not always full gospel. Yeah, they pick and choose. Stepping away from chat for a bit, but listening. I need to go eat. I need to call Zuma. What do you think they don't want you to? Why do you think they don't want you to read the Bible? They used to kill people for even having a Bible in their possession. Oh, I know. Needless to say, I didn't learn scripture like I should have. Same, but I'm trying to rectify that. I do read it. It's just, it takes a lot to read something that's, I don't know that I feel it all the time. I have to be in the right headspace. I have to be open and not have anything else in my head if I'm going to take in exactly what it's saying. No swimming for me. It didn't bother me like it should have. Got to get to work in the shop now. Have a good day. Thank you for coming by, MJ. Glad you were here. I hope you had a good one. I'm behind. Had to do some chores. You're behind. I mean, now I'm a half hour behind. I was raised very different than that. I was taught to read my scriptures every day, pray, question everything, and I was responsible for my own salvation. Yeah, no, we weren't. I wasn't raised like that. I was raised, you obey or you're going to hell. Like that was pretty much it. That was nothing else seemed to matter. Here's your commandments. You follow them. Otherwise, you're going to hell. That's it. My mom taught me that as well. It's okay, Ellie. We're still here. Glad you're back. Solace with God. I call mine prayer closet. There you go. Shelly, Jesus loves you, hun. He's a friend who loves, educates, and keeps looking for us. Holy Spirit is a helper, teacher, friend sent by Jesus. God is our Father, not as examples of earthly fathers. No. Samuel wrote the Book of Ruth. T3, it's been cold and snowy here for 5 days. It's currently, shut up, Frank, minus 27 degrees Fahrenheit. Fuck out of here. Take it if you want. Oh, hell no. Hell no. Pete did this. I called to tell the others that their car warranty is about to end. Y'all are funny. Oh, look at that. We reached the end of chat. I think y'all just begged off and just stopped talking. All right. I am going to go call Zuma and then I'm going to go have dinner. Thank you very much for the interesting conversation. I think we covered the whole lies thing and whatever, and how it's brought into our adult years. And a lot of that stuff is stuff that Winning talks about all the time. About, how they get into your head and how they twist things around, and you grow up in the soup, so you don't know that you're boiling. So that's how they do it. It's the little things, the little twists, the little lies, the little acceptable, non-acceptable things. That's how they do it. That's how they've done it. And we've just reached a point where we're like, no more. No more. We see what you did. We see what we're doing. We're going to change how we're doing things. And so are you. Because this can't continue. It's not sustainable. We're just going to die out if this is what it's all about. Like it's not going to happen. So, oh my God, you're quota. I know. Anyway, I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here with me today. Thank you for this week, because I did not have a good week. And I just want you to just take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and just remember, I will see you in the funny papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fist and right, it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.